Hiya kids, it's me, your favorite talking bear, Fredbear.
And I'm your favorite guitar-playing bunny, Spring Bonnie.
And oh boy, do we have a show for you. It's a real long one, so be sure to get a cup of Fizzy Fazz and grab a slice of pizza. Now, count down with us. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let the show begin. The Silver Eyes. The sounds of arcades, music, and loud kids signal another busy day at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Charlie takes a moment, looking around at everything going on. Despite her dad owning the place, and her being there pretty much every day, Charlie still finds that each day here is like a new adventure for her. John then taps her on the shoulder, and she looks back over to the group. Her, John, Jessica, Carlton, Lamar, Marla, and Michael are all still deciding what game they should play today. Charlie takes a second to think about this friend group of hers. She had only moved into town a year ago, but they were already her best friends. Eventually, the group decides on a game of hide and seek, and after deciding that John would be the first seeker, the group splits up. Charlie heads over to one of the side party rooms and hides behind an arcade machine. After a couple of minutes, John runs into the room and calls out for Charlotte, saying that he knows she's in the room. Charlie only let 2 people ever call her by her full name. Her dad, of course, and John. Charlie peeks around the side of the arcade and sees John looking around and under tables. Eventually, he makes his way over to the arcade machines and quickly looks behind one, finding Charlie. He says he found her, and Charlie gets up to leave, but gets her foot caught on the machine's power cord. She trips and falls right onto John, knocking them both to the floor. They both get up quickly and are blushing slightly. Now that Charlie's caught, the two head back out to look for the others. As they get back to the main party room, Charlie notices that something's wrong. The arcades and music are still going, but the sounds of children running around and adults talking are gone. Everyone is standing still, staring at the stage. Charlie looks over and sees why everyone's looking there. Something is wrong with the animatronics. Bonnie and Chica are freaking out, twitching around, and even Mr. Cupcake fell off the plate, but Freddy was just standing there, staring out into the crowd. Just then, a parent runs into the room and says that she can't find her little girl. She begins to ask anybody if they've seen a little girl in a pink dress and long blonde hair. As she's talking, another parent runs in, saying they can't find their kid, and then another parent, and another. Panic then ensues as parents realize that their kids are going missing. People then begin to run around, and parents try to find their kids and get out of the building. Charlie looks over and sees Jessica's parents grab her and leave. Charlie looks back over to John and sees that his mom is grabbing his hand and begins to lead him out of the building. John grabs Charlie's hand to bring her out as well, and she begins to ask about her dad. John's mom says that they'll find him later, but right now they need to leave. As they're leaving, they pass by a staff-only hallway. Charlie gets a glance down it as the doors swing open and closed. At the end of the hall, she sees something staring back at her. The yellow rabbit. As Charlie drives, she thinks about the last time she's been in town and the last time she's seen her father. That was 10 years ago, and he had gone missing the same day as the others. But something about his disappearance always felt different to her. She focuses back on the road and notices the driveway coming up on the right. She slows down and turns onto it. Pulling up, she stops and looks at the old house in front of her. It was her house, her father's house. She hadn't been in here since the day that he disappeared. Aunt Jen had picked her up from John's house, brought her over here, helped her pack up a few things, and then they left Hurricane and never came back. Charlie thinks to herself, wondering if she should go into the house, but all those memories, she isn't prepared to handle that yet. Besides, she's got to get going in the town. She puts her car into reverse, backing up next to the storage shed, and puts it back in the drive, pulling out of the driveway and back onto the main road. She continues her drive, and as she does, she starts to think about seeing the others again. While she had tried to keep in contact with everybody after she left, it was hard to keep up constant communication with all of them. Most of them were busy with their own lives, but still, she tried her best to keep in touch with them. The one she kept in contact with the most was John, of course. The two had been practically inseparable back in the day, and though Charlie would never admit it, she still has a few feelings towards John. There's just something about him. It would be really nice to see him again, to see all of them again, even given the circumstances of the meetup. There's a ceremony being held to remember the 5 taken those 10 years ago. Those who could would try to get back in the town a little early so that they could meet up and have more time to catch back up before the service. Jessica and Carlton were able to get in a little early, and John, well, he has it easy. He lives in Hurricane, so everything is just a quick trip for him. Charlie zones back to reality and sees that she's getting closer to the diner. This place has been here for decades, and it's a staple of the town. The group used to always come here for milkshakes back in the day. That's why they picked it as their meetup spot. She turns into the parking lot and parks. Getting out of her car, Charlie looks over to the diner and sees that John, Carlton, and Jessica are already inside waiting. She hesitates for just a second before walking up and entering the diner. As she enters, her friends all look over and immediately get up to greet her. Jessica runs up first and gives Charlie a huge hug, which Charlie just accepts. Carlton is up next and he goes in for a half handshake, half hug. Charlie then looks over to John and goes over to him. She says hi and John says hi back. John then reaches out for a handshake, which Charlie just smiles at and goes in for a hug instead. John just accepts it and the two embrace for a moment. They let go and Charlie turns to see that Jessica and Carlton are grinning at each other. Charlie then tells them to grow up and the 4 go over and sit down at the table. Charlie sits across from John and Carlton and Jessica sits next to her. Jessica asks the first question, asking what Charlie's been up to for all this time. Charlie talks about how she's been living with her Aunt Jen in St. George, which is about 20 minutes away. She goes to say that she would have tried to visit more often, but Aunt Jen made it clear that Charlie shouldn't go back to Hurricane. She's only here now because of the 10-year service for Michael and the others. Carlton asks her what she plans on doing for college, and Charlie says that she doesn't know yet. She wants to stay in the state, but isn't sure what she should do yet. Jessica tells Charlie that she should join her in Cedar City, since that's where she's going to be going to college. Jessica adds that it's about a 40-minute drive away from Hurricane, so still nice and close for John. Charlie gives a glare to Jessica, who just gives a little laugh. Charlie then turns to John and asks what he's been up to, since his name was just mentioned. John says that he's still living here in Hurricane. His family never left and stayed here right until he graduated a month or so back. They helped him with an apartment and set him up with a job, and then just left town. Charlie's smile fades and asks if he's okay. John says he's fine and that it's really not too bad here. He gets paid nice and he has a good living situation set up, so he doesn't really feel the need to go off to college. Charlie nods in understanding. Carlton then speaks up, trying to shift the topic a little. He talks about what he's been up to and that he's actually living out on the West Coast with his mother. Charlie raises an eyebrow and Carlton explains that a while back his mom and dad had actually separated after the Freddy's incident and that he had gone out west with his mother. Jessica shoots a glare at Carlton the second he mentions Freddy's. Carlton, realizing right as he said it, instantly apologizes to Charlie. Charlie says that it's fine and that it doesn't bother her. But now that Freddy's is brought up, she turns and asks John about the place, asking what happened to the old building. John looks up at her and then around to Jessica and Carlton. He says he doesn't really know what happened to it, but what he can say is that the city had lent the land to a contractor who was planning on building a mall there. After a fierce storm halted progress, the project was canceled, and the ruins of the mall are left to rot. The story is getting Jessica and Carlton excited, and they both bring up the idea of visiting the mall and seeing if they can find any remnants of Freddy's. John looks over to Charlie to see if she's okay to go there. Charlie says that she would like to see the spot as well, and the group gets up to leave. As they leave the diner, John asks if Charlie would be okay giving him a ride there. She raises an eyebrow, and John says that he walked to the diner since it's not that far from his apartment. She gives him a smile and tells him to get in the car. He gets in, and they move to pull out of the parking lot, with Jessica and Carlton in their own cars following behind. John tells her to turn left and then head straight down the road for a couple of minutes, before making a right turn at the T. She turns, and the two get a moment to talk in private. Charlie asks John if he's really okay, and he tells her that he's been on and off with things. Some days he's fine and he's doing great, and other days he feels down and in the dumps. He adds that since she's here now, he's doing a lot better. Charlie gives him a little laugh and lightly elbows his shoulder. She glances at him, and she can see him blushing just a little. They turn right at the T, and John tells her that it's only a minute or two out from here, straight down the road. They continue their drive, and John tells her to make another right, which leads them into an overgrown and old parking lot. Charlie tries her best to park in what looks like a parking spot, while Jessica and Carlton aren't as careful. Looking out her windshield, Charlie looks over at the large, unfinished mall in front of them. They all get out of their cars and begin talking to each other about what to do next. Jessica and Carlton, the more eager ones, want to explore the mall. John turns to Charlie, who says that she's up for it. John asks if anybody actually brought flashlights, and both Charlie and Carlton say that they have one of their own respectively. Charlie walks over to the trunk of her car, opening it and grabbing a box flashlight out from the back. Walking back over to the others, John asks if it's an Aunt Jen thing, and Charlie says that she can't go anywhere without Aunt Jen preparing her for every scenario. But hey, it turns out being prepared can work out in the end sometimes. They turn on their flashlights and the group begins to walk over to the mall. They walk in through the unfinished entrance, seeing the ruins of the place. Parts of the roof have caved in, with broken glass and tiles covering the floor. The lack of anything to keep out the outside elements had also allowed for pools of water to form, and some plants were also growing out from cracks in the floors and the walls. Jessica leans over to Charlie, saying how creepy the place is. Charlie agrees and asks John why they didn't try to resume after the storm came through. John says that he doesn't know, and he was too young at the time to really care. As they walk past a large corridor to their left, Charlie suddenly gets a chill down her spine and turns to look down the hallway. It was surprisingly dark, and from what she could see, it seemed to be in better condition than other parts of the building. Suddenly, she feels that same chill again, and feels like something is calling to her from down the corridor. She turns to the others and tells them she wants to explore down there. The others join her, and the four begin to walk down the hall. The walls and floors are noticeably neater and cleaner, though still not as pristine as they would have been. They continue walking until they reach an opening in the wall. Looking inside, it seems to be a storage room of some kind. Charlie feels that chill again, and right as she takes a step towards the room, a loud crash can be heard echoing from the main atrium, and a man's voice is heard faintly. The four turn to each other and begin to leave as quickly as they can. Without speaking to each other, they all go in the same way they came in and are able to get out without seeing whoever was in the mall. They get back to their cars, panicked and freaking out. Jessica asks who that could have been, and Carlton says it could have been anybody, but his dad has mentioned property owners hiring people to guard places, so maybe somebody was hired to watch the old place. After a minute of calming down, they decide they should all call it a night. As they go to leave, Jessica takes a look at the mall again and notices where the corridor they were in was. Something wasn't adding up between the inside and the outside of the building. There's something hidden in the mall. As they drive away, Charlie looks over to John and smiles. He turns to her and smiles back, but with a little bit more of a confused look on his face. She talks about how they hadn't really done anything like that since they were kids, and that it's just fun to hang out with everybody again. John agrees, and the two chat for another minute or two. Charlie then turns to John again and asks him where his apartment is. He tells her, and after another minute or two, they pull into the parking lot of the apartment. John gets out and tells her that he had a good day and is really happy to see her again. She says likewise, and they wish each other a good night. Charlie drives off, heading over to her motel room for the night. She checks in and heads into her room. Exhausted from the day, she gets ready for the night and climbs into bed. Almost immediately, she falls asleep. Charlie opens her eyes and finds herself back at Freddy's. She looks around and sees parents and kids running around, screaming and panicking. She turns to the stage where the animatronics were supposed to be. Instead, she sees 3 kids standing there. but she is unable to make out any details about them. Suddenly, she hears the swinging staff-only doors to her left. Turning quickly, she sees the doors swinging open and closed. Right where he was all those years ago, the yellow rabbit stood there, staring. Charlie moves in closer, pushing the doors fully open. She's surprised to see her surroundings change. She's no longer at Freddy's, but outside of a different place. Rain is pouring down around her. She then hears the sound of tires screeching from the alley. Running over, she just catches the glimpse of a car driving away. Charlie is left standing there, confused. She then hears the sound of the front doors opening, and right as she turns around, she gets jolted awake by the sound of her alarm going off. Charlie looks over to the clock and reads 9:15. Perfect, the alarm in the motel works. She gets out of bed and gets ready for the day, changing and freshening up. As she walks out of the bathroom, she gets startled by knocking on the door. Looking through the little peephole, she sees Jessica standing outside. Charlie opens the door, and Jessica walks right on in without saying anything. Charlie, a little confused, asks what's up, and Jessica says that something's not right about that mall. She gets the sense that it's hiding something. She wants to go back there and take a second look at it. Charlie stops and thinks for a minute, and then agrees. She gets the feeling that there's something not right there either. They agree they should go back, but decide to wait till a little later in the day. Jessica then asks Charlie if she has any plans for the day, and Charlie takes a second to think. Now that she's been thinking about it, she does want to go back to her old house. Maybe bringing John with can help ease some of the tensions about the place. She tells Jessica that she does actually have some stuff planned with John for the day. Jessica gives Charlie a suspicious look and then grins. Charlie clarifies that she doesn't mean a date, but needs his help with something. This only makes Jessica grin even more, and Charlie starts to blush just a little and tells Jessica to get out and go meet up with Carlton or something. The two are now grinning at each other, and Jessica leaves. Charlie then walks over to the room phone and calls up John, telling him to meet her at her old house. Charlie pulls up to her old house and sees John waiting in the driveway for her. She parks and gets out, walking over to him. John asks if Charlie is okay, and she tells him that she's fine. She also tells him that she had tried to stop here before she got into town, but couldn't bring herself to go inside. She's hoping that by having him here, she can actually go into the house this time. John says he understands, and the two walk up to the front of the house. John lets Charlie go in the door first, and she hesitates for a second before turning the knob and opening the door. Entering in, she takes a second to take everything in. While it is dusty and some signs of wear and tear are beginning to show, the house was still just as she remembered it. John speaks first, saying that it looks the same as when he was here last. Charlie looks over to him, smiling. She asks him if that was the time they were playing tag, and he ran face first into the tree. John rolls his eyes, and Charlie laughs and says that she thought it was so funny that he basically kissed the tree. John clarifies that he didn't kiss the tree, and that he actually bit through his lower lip. He says it really hurt at the time, but it does admit that it was a bit of a fun memory. Charlie then turns to the stairs and looks back over to John, asking if he wants to go check out her room. He agrees, and the two go upstairs. Charlie's room is the one to the left, right at the top of the stairs. She opens the door first and peers inside. Her room seems to be in a little better shape. Aside from the dust and whatever the sun could bleach, her room was the exact same, and with no cracks in the walls or floors. She walks in, taking in her surroundings. John follows her and says that he remembers the times she would show him all the fancy toys her dad would make her. Charlie then remembers something and looks over to the wall opposite of her old bed, the 4 closet doors. She walks over to the first one, opening it and seeing Ella inside. She smiles and tries to activate her, but Ella doesn't move. Charlie's smile fades a little. She walks over to the second closet door and opens it to find nothing but clothes and random junk. Going over to the third door, she opens it and finds it empty. John asks why it's empty, and Charlie says she just must have not put anything in that one. Finally, she walks over to the 4th closet. She tries the handle, but it's locked. Thinking it was strange, she just assumes her dad might have kept some of his personal stuff in there that she wasn't allowed to have. Speaking of her dad, she turns around and looks at John. She asks if he wants to see her dad's workshop, and he smiles, agreeing. The two exit the house and start heading over to Henry's workshop. John looks over to the other shed and asks what that one was used for. Charlie says it's just a regular shed. They walk over to the workshop, and Charlie is the first to enter. Looking inside, she sees that the place is a mess. Papers, tools, robotic parts, and other junk are just thrown all over the place. Parts of the floor are torn up, and Henry's desk is overturned. John sees and asks what could have happened here. Charlie thinks back to the day her dad went missing. Maybe her dad was involved with the incident of the 5 missing kids. She speaks up, saying that her dad must have been in a hurry before he disappeared. John looks over to her, questioning. Charlie walks over to the overturned desk and looks down to see a framed picture of her family, her whole family. She quietly takes the picture out and puts it in her pocket. Looking at the torn up floor, John looks over to Charlie and says that it almost looks like somebody was looking for something under the floor. Charlie just nods and keeps looking around. Her eyes then land on a large object covered in a tarp. She walks over and takes the tarp off, revealing a large blue and purple prize box. John walks over next to her, puzzled. He says he doesn't recognize it, and Charlie takes a minute to think. She's seen this before, but where? Not being able to think of it, she brushes the thought aside and says it must have been something her dad was working on before he left. John turns to her and asks if she's okay. She nods but doesn't say anything back. John leans a little closer. He asks if she thinks her dad was involved with the missing kids back at Freddy's. Charlie turns away and says that it doesn't really matter now. John puts a hand on her shoulder, turning her to him. He tells her that he thinks Henry didn't do it, and that he was a good man who cared about her. He wouldn't have taken those kids. Charlie looks up at him, and the two hug. They let go, and John looks down at his watch, seeing the time. He tells her that it's time to head back to the diner. Marla's probably already here. Charlie says that they should go then, and they leave Henry's workshop. As they walk back to their cars, Charlie looks over to John. She speaks up, telling him about her and Jessica's strange feeling about the mall. There's just something there, hidden away. They want to go back. And John looks over to her and thinks for a second before smiling. He says that Marla would love to check out that place. John and Charlie arrive at the diner and get out of their cars. John holds the diner door for her and the two walk in. The rest of the group looks up and Marla gets out of her seat, running over to say hi to the two. Charlie and John greet her back, with Charlie giving a hug and John going in for a handshake side hug. They all go sit down, and John sees Jason sitting in the booth next to theirs. He says hi, and Jason looks up, saying hi back before going back to his sketchbook. They all sit down, and Marla goes off asking Charlie and John what they've been getting up to, and they all catch back up. As they talk, Marla stops suddenly, staring just past Charlie's face. Charlie turns around and sees Jason poking his head above the booth seat. He quickly hides behind it again. Marla sighs and talks about how she needed to bring Jason along to babysit him since their parents were going to be out of town. John turns around and sees Jason sketching. He asks what he's drawing, and Jason shows him. It's a picture of a sci-fi robot of some kind, but a very detailed one for an 11-year-old. John compliments his art, and Jason smiles before getting back to his drawing. John turns back to the rest of the group, and they all sit in silence for a minute. Jessica, unable to contain her intrigue about the mall, says that they should all go back to the abandoned mall to see if Freddy's is actually there. Marla is surprised and asks if they think that Freddy's is actually still around. Charlie says that she has a feeling that whoever built that mall didn't want to tear it down. Jessica says she knows where to look. Jason, interested in this Freddy's place, asks what it is. Marla just brushes him off, but John tells him that it was an old pizzeria that had animatronic performers. Excited by the idea of seeing actual robots, Jason says he's down to check it out. The group all leave the diner and head out to the mall. They all arrive in the old parking lot and get out of their cars. Charlie goes and grabs her box flashlight, while Carlton grabs his police-issued one from his dad. They make their way inside of the mall, being a little more careful than they were last time since they know that there's probably a night guard walking around somewhere. Jessica leads them to the creepy hallway and points out how the space here indicates that there should be something on the other side of this wall, but there aren't any storefronts or doors for that matter. The only exception is the little storage room near the start of the hall. The group decides to split up, with Jessica, Carlton, and Marla looking further down the hall, and John, Charlie, and Jason looking in the storage room. After splitting up, John, Charlie, and Jason walk into the storage room. Looking around, they notice that most of the ceiling is gone, leaving a bit of a space between the exterior roof and the interior ceiling lining, and one of the walls is unfinished, exposing a deeper inner wall. As they look around, Charlie sees Jason looking over to her and then over to John, like he's observing them. Charlie stops and asks Jason what he's doing. John turns around looking at both of them. Jason looks at both of them and asks if they're dating. John starts blushing and Charlie is a little taken aback. She tells him no, and Jason just shrugs. Charlie turns back to looking at the exposed wall, and Jason walks over to John, tapping him on the arm. John leans down a little to listen to him, and Jason says that he notices how Charlie acts around John. He tells John that she probably does have feelings for him. John looks over to Charlie and then back down at Jason, before just turning back to the storage shelves without saying anything. Charlie, looking closer at the exposed wall, sees an outline of a door, partially hidden by some boxes. She calls John over and the two move the boxes out of the way. Now able to see the full door, she can see that there's faded text on it. Getting a closer look, she sees the words, "Staff only entrance, not for non-Fazbear employees." Charlie smiles and turns to John, who reads it too. They both smile and then turn to Jason, telling him to bring the others back here. He runs off, and the two try to open the door, but it is jammed. Charlie thinks about how it probably hasn't been opened for years, but a small thought begins to form in the back of her head. Why was the door so obvious, and why did it seem like somebody was trying to cover it up with boxes? Jason and the others run into the room and over to John and Charlie. They see the door, and Marla lets out a little squeal of excitement before putting her hands over her mouth. John and Carlton try to open the door, but it's still of no use. All a little bummed, John says that he might be able to borrow some equipment from his job site, but that would have to be tomorrow night. Marla sighs, and the group decide to just call it a night since there's not much else they can do here. So they just head back out of the mall. As they get back to their cars, Charlie looks over to the mall again. They found Freddy's, but something is still wrong about this place. She can just feel it. Saying goodnight to everybody, she gets in her car and heads back to her motel room. Heading inside, she changes and finally crashes on her bed, falling asleep. Charlie opens her eyes and finds herself back in her dad's workshop. She's a little kid again and sees her dad working away on his desk. Out of the corner of her eye, she sees something black and white slither into the large gift box in the corner of the room. Looking over, she doesn't see anything else. She starts to look around more and sees a half-built endoskeleton suspended by chains and wires, its eyes active and burning a bright silver. She never forgets about those terrible silver eyes. She calls out to her dad and turns around to get his attention. As she does, she comes face to face with the yellow rabbit, who jumps at her. Charlie shoots up in bed, breathing heavy. Looking at the clock, she sees it's 10 minutes before the alarm she set. Guess she'll just get up and get ready for the ceremony. Charlie looks through her stuff and finds a nice deep purple long dress to wear, though not as fancy of a dress as Jessica had wanted her to wear. She also puts on a nice black vest and matching boots. It's not an outfit she would normally wear, but the ceremony invite did say to dress up nice. She hears knocking on the door and looks to see John outside. He's right on time to pick her up. Charlie opens the door and John says hi. The two share compliments and Charlie notices his poorly done tie. She asks if he could use a hand with the tie and he says that he really could. She helps fix up the tie and the two head out to his car, driving over to the ceremony. They park and meet up with the others, who all share compliments with each other. They also say hi to Lamar, who joined Marla and Jason. He explains that he had flown into Cedar City and got to Hurricane by 3 in the morning, saying he was happy to get at least a little bit of sleep. The group make their way over to their seats for the ceremony and are just in time for the start. Michael's parents host the event and talk about the tragedy of that day, and a few other parents of the other kids step up talking about their missing children. The ceremony lasts an hour and ends with the reveal of a mounted plaque in the center of the park, honoring Michael and every other lost kid in Hurricane. The ceremony moves into the reception, where people gather in groups and begin talking. The group meets up with Michael's mom, who thanks them all for being there. She knows that Michael would appreciate them all still being friends, even after all this time. After another couple hours, the reception dies down and people begin to leave. The group makes their way to their cars and decide for a meetup point and time for tonight. After the events of the ceremony, most of the group is determined to get into Freddy's to figure out what happened there for Michael. They agree on 9 p.m. meetup at the mall, and they all split up for the rest of the day. Charlie and John get into his car, and John offers a tour of his apartment to pass the time, and Charlie agrees. They arrive at his apartment, and she follows John into his room. They go inside, and he gives the shortest apartment tour ever. He's got a central living and dining room with a kitchen built into it, and he has an attached bedroom and bathroom. It's not anything fancy, but it's a pretty good spot. Charlie's happy to see John doing well for himself. He offers her to sit on the couch and asks if she wants anything to eat or drink. She sits down, but declines the food and beverage. Charlie then pulls the picture she got from the workshop out of her pocket. She tells John to come over and sit down next to her, as she needs to talk to him about some stuff. He goes over and sits next to her, and she asks him what he knows about her family. John, puzzled by the question, says that he doesn't know too much. Her and her dad moved into town about a year before the kids went missing, but that's all he really knew. As far as he was concerned, it was just her dad, and Aunt Jen. And that's about it. He brings up that she never really shared any details about her life with him. Charlie nods and hands the picture to John. Taking it, he looks at it and his eyes widen. He says that he didn't know she has a brother. She corrects him, saying that she had a brother. Charlie goes on to explain the tragic event of her brother's death. His name was Sammy and they were twins. On that day, they were 6 at the time, they were left at another Freddy's location, but she can't remember what it was called. Her dad owned the place, along with another man, but she doesn't remember who it was. Getting her story back on track, she explains what happened that day, and that she had gone off to another room to grab some snacks for both of them. When she had gotten back to the main party room, her brother was gone. She went looking for him, but she couldn't find him anywhere. She didn't know what happened until her parents and the police arrived. Her dad explained that Sammy was gone, that he's dead. Something had happened to him outside of the building, and that was the last day they had Sammy in their lives. John apologizes, and Charlie says that he doesn't have a reason to apologize for him. They continue to talk for a bit, with John asking more questions about the restaurant and other questions that Charlie just doesn't really know the answers to. After a little bit of more time, they decide that Freddy's is probably the best place to look for more information about Charlie's past. Maybe Henry kept some stuff in his work office there. Looking at the time, they decide to get ready to head out. John changes into something more comfortable, and they stop by Charlie's motel for her to change into something more comfortable as well. After that, they stop by John's workshop to borrow a couple tools before heading over to the mall to meet the others. John and Charlie pull into the mall parking lot and see the rest of the group already there waiting for them. Charlie gets out and walks over to the others, while John goes and grabs the toolbox from the trunk. Realizing that she doesn't have her flashlight with, she asks about the lighting situation, and Lamar holds up his own flashlight that he brought with. Carlton, of course, still has his own with as well. John walks up with the toolbox, and the group head into the mall and over to Freddy's. They enter the storage room, and John pulls the toolbox down next to the door, grabbing out some obligatory tools to help take down the door. And Carlton goes to help him out. Jessica and Lamar are stationed on night guard watch duty, and Charlie, Marla, and Jason are left just waiting around. Charlie and Marla start talking, catching up a little more with some one-on-one talk. As they talk, they hear John and Carlton get to work on the door, trying a number of ways to pry it open. Suddenly, they hear the door pop off the hinges and slam onto the ground with thunderous crash. The whole group freezes for just a second, before immediately scrambling to hide. John and Carlton go to prop the door back up, and Lamar keeps his eyes open for the night guard. Jessica goes and grabs the tools and toolbox, finding a place to put it, and Marla takes Jason to hide behind some old ceiling tiles leaning against a shelf. Charlie just stands there, looking around, not knowing what to do or where to go. She hears Lamar say that the guard is coming, and he goes over to hide with Marla and Jason. Charlie looks around and now notices that she's just standing out in the open and in the dark. Just being able to see a stack of something that looked like boxes in the corner of the room, she runs over to hide behind it. She starts to dive, but slams into somebody else hiding back there, taking them both to the ground. Right as they hit the floor, she hears the guard run into the storage room. Light floods the room, and she can see light pass over the boxes before moving to another part of the room. The man calls out, asking who's there. After what felt like forever, the guard finally walks away, muttering under his breath about stupid teenagers and such. Once she thought that he was far enough away, she looked down to see who she had tackled in her dive. Of course, it was John. Charlie gets up and helps John get back up too. Everybody goes to the center of the storage room and all look over to the door to Freddy's. No one talks about the night guard. They just walk over to the door, moving it to the side quietly. They all look at each other and then enter. Carlton enters first, shining his flashlight down the void of the hallway in front of him. The rest of the group follows, and they begin to make their way down the staff-only hallway. Directly to the left of the entrance door was a shorter end of the hall, with a door at the end of that reads Parts and Service on it. As they walk down the main hall, they take turns reading what they can see on the doors as they pass. Kitchen, storage, security office, and Henry's office. Charlie stops in front of that door. John stops beside her and says that they should check out some more of the building first before coming back here. She agrees, and they join back up with the group. Carlton, leading the pack, is the first to enter the main party room. Pushing open the double doors, he walks in, shining his flashlight around. The rest of the group follows, and when the light turns to the stage, they all freeze. Standing on stage, as if time was frozen here, are the animatronic mascots. Everyone is shocked to still see them here, and they move closer to get a better look. Bonnie on the left, Chica on the right, and Freddy in the middle. As they get closer, Charlie can see that time has not been kind to them. Despite being enclosed in the building, sealed off from the outside world, the robot's outer casings had signs of wear and tear. Bonnie seems to have a slight lean to the right, and parts of his face seams were beginning to tear off. Chica has several cracks forming across her lower face between the two parts of her beak, almost like her face was beginning to split in two. Freddy seems to be the one in best shape, having only small cracks across his outer casing, though one of his eyes seems to be slightly crooked. Still, it's surprising to see them here, and Carlton says as much. After another minute of staring at the robots, the group huddles up and decides on a course of action. John and Charlie are going to go check out Henry's office, taking a spare flashlight Carlton had brought with him. Marla, Lamar, and Jason will check out the other party rooms, and Jessica and Carlton will check out the kitchen and Parts and Service. The group splits up and goes their separate ways. Charlie opens the door to Henry's office. She's a little surprised it wasn't locked. Her and John walk in and see that the place has been torn through. Though dust still covers everything, the place is a mess. Papers thrown about, drawers opened or tossed on the floor. Charlie turns to John and says it looks exactly like how her dad's workshop looked. Could somebody have been going through this place too? They start going through everything, looking for something that might be important. Charlie looks at the desk and sees the landline phone laying off the stand. Weird, her dad must have left mid-phone call. Suddenly, John speaks up, saying that he found something she's gonna want to see. Charlie walks over and John hands her a folder, with the name Sammy written across it. Charlie stares and then takes it. Opening it, she sees a newspaper article about the death of a young boy outside the family restaurant Fredbear's Family Diner. Charlie shows John, showing him the name. That's what the previous establishment was called. She continues to look through the file and sees a bunch of pictures. They seem to be crime scene photos, probably of Sammy's death, but one of the pictures catches her eye. Just inside the front door of the building was the blue and purple party box, the same one they saw in Henry's workshop. Why would he keep that? Putting the file down on the desk, they both get back to looking through the papers. Marlo, Lamar, and Jason head into the party room hallway. This area has 5 total rooms, 4 that split off from the main hall, and a large showroom that was at the direct end of it. Marla and Lamar begin to head to the showroom, and Jason takes this chance to sneak off, going into one of the side party rooms. He finds a bunch of arcades and he runs up to one, trying to use it. Of course, he realizes that the place doesn't have any power, so no games. Suddenly, he feels a strange chill down his spine, and it pulls his attention to the far wall of the room. A bunch of kids' drawings were hung up on the walls, though he could barely see any of them in the dark. He walks up to them and notices one picture that stands out from the rest. A picture of a yellow rabbit standing in the middle of a line of 4 kids, all of them holding hands. He gets the feeling he should take this with him. Grabbing it off the wall, he stuffs it in his pocket and turns to leave the room. That's when he sees a large lump sitting in the far corner of the room. He walks closer to it and sees that it's an animatronic suit. With his eyes just barely adjusting to the dark a little more, he sees that the suit looks like a bear, like the Freddy animatronic out on stage. But this one's a little different. It seems a little more yellow than brown. Jason then hears Marla calling out for him, so he hurries out of the party room and joins back up with Marla and Lamar, who are standing in front of a stage with a big out of order sign in front of it. Charlie looks through some more paperwork and notices a family photo album sitting under some other papers. She grabs it, and that's when she hears a huge crash coming from outside the room. Her and John run out into the hall, and a few seconds later are joined by Marla, Lamar, and Jason. They realize the crash came from the parts and service room, and they run over, just to see Jessica leading Carlton out of the room, his head hanging down in shame. She explains that he tried to climb the shelving and ended up knocking the whole thing over. Lamar brings up the night guard and that he probably heard the commotion. The group agrees, and they quickly get out of there, with John and Carlton propping the door back up before catching up with the others. They all make their way back out to the mall atrium and see a flashlight look over to them from a distance, and a man shouts for them to stop. They take off back to the parking lot, running to their cars. John gets to his, starting it up and leading over to open the door for Charlie. She jumps in and they speed out of there, followed by Carlton and Jessica's cars, and then Lamar, Marla, and Jason in Lamar's car. They all speed out of there. John drops Charlie off at her motel room, and she tells him that she wants to meet up with him tomorrow to go through the photo album that she found. He says that he's down for it, and they wish each other a good night. He drives off, and she goes into her room. She puts her things down on the table and gets ready for bed. She finishes up, climbs in, and is completely exhausted, falling asleep right away. Opening her eyes, she finds herself back in the entry room of Fredbear's Family Diner. She sees the blue and purple party box against one of the walls, and sees the familiar front double door and the large window next to it. She does a double take to the window. Someone's outside the building, banging on that window. Charlie doesn't know who it is, but she tries to run over and try to help out, but no matter how much she runs towards the window, she doesn't seem to get any closer. She watches as a shadow walks up behind the kid outside, and then the kid stops moving and falls below the window line, and the shadow moves away. Charlie stops running, and then it clicks. That was Sammy outside. Right as she thinks that, she hears music play up from the box. Charlie slowly turns to look at it, and something black and white jumps out of the box at her. She shoots up in bed, panicking and breathing fast. She looks over to her clock. It's only 3 a.m. Hopefully she can get a little more sleep. It's morning, and Charlie got no sleep after that nightmare she had. She gets up and gets herself ready for the day, and that's when she hears knocking coming from her door. Looking out, she sees Jessica again. Opening the door, Jessica walks right on in as usual, and is followed by Marla, who asks if she can come in. Charlie says yes, letting her in and closing the door behind her. Charlie then asks why they're here, and Marla says that Lamar is taking the boys out for a day on the town, and she thought it would only be fair for them to have their own girls' day out. Jessica and Marla put on huge smiles and talk about all the stuff they want to get done, and Charlie just sighs. No talking with John about the photo album today. She joins them, and they just spend the day in town. Later on, after they had gotten all their day stuff done, the group meets back up at the mall parking lot. With their previous visit cut short by Carlton, they had decided to come back for another night. This time, Charlie drove herself after getting back from her girls' day out. This meant that she would have her own flashlight and the photo album. She meets up with the others, and they all make their way into the mall and over to Freddy's. Lamar is leading the group and turns into the storage room, then stops suddenly. Carlton bumps into him, and Charlie hears a man's voice speak up, saying that he knew they would come back here. He tells all of them to enter the room, and the group makes their way in there. Charlie is the last to enter and looks over at the man, locking eyes with him. His smug, "I caught you" look quickly drops for a second, and he looks confused. Quickly shaking that away, he looks at each of them and starts asking why they're here. Carlton says that they aren't doing anything bad, and the man rightly states that all people who are caught would say that they aren't doing anything bad. Charlie then speaks up, saying that they just wanted to explore Freddy's. They lost a friend here a long time ago, and they just wanted to find some answers. The man just stares at her, almost investigating her, before looking at the others and asking if that's true. They all agree, and he tells them that they should have just come to him in the first place. He loved Freddy's back in the day and would love to explore it again, for old time's sake. John speaks up, asking about how he knew of Freddy's, and the man just looks over to him and says that he's been working here a long time. How could he not know about Freddy's? John just looks away, embarrassed for asking a very simple question. The man introduces himself as Dave Miller and offers to escort them on their exploration of Freddy's. He offers Carlton to go in first and lets all of the group go in before him, following Charlie as she's the last of the group to enter. She gets a strange feeling from the guy, like she recognizes him from somewhere. The group walks down the hall and make their way to the main room. Then suddenly, the lights flicker on, startling them. They turn around to see Dave walking around the corner from parts and service. He explains that the breaker box is in there and that he thought it's best to use the lights of the building to look around. The group, still cautious about Dave, agree with him. They now all enter the main room and look over to the stage. The animatronics are still up there, not like they'd be anywhere else. Dave speaks up, mentioning the names of the robots, and then looks over directly at Charlie before saying that they probably already knew that. Another sense of unease falls over Charlie. There's something off about this Dave guy, like he knows more about this place than he's letting on. John walks over to her and asks if she's okay. She tells him that she's fine. Dave speaks up again, asking if anybody would like to see a performance by the old band. Jessica asks how he plans on doing that, and Dave says he knows a thing or two about these old robots and can probably figure out the rest on the fly. He invites those who want to join him in the stage office, which is the room located to the right of the stage itself. Jessica, Carlton, Marla, and Lamar join him. John goes to follow, but notices Charlie's hesitant attitude towards Dave. She looks up at John, and then remembers the photo album she had brought with. Deciding now is as good a time as any, she takes John to Henry's office to show him the photo album. Jason goes over to the party rooms again to see if there's an arcade that's playable tonight. Now that the building has power again, maybe he can play a few games. He runs into the same party room he was in last night and looks around for a fun game to play. His gaze then stops on the corner of the room. Wasn't there a yellowish bear suit in the corner of the room? He looks around, but he can't see it. Odd. A little nervous, he sees an arcade titled Freddy's World and runs over to it. He finds a few tokens scattered on the ground and picks up a couple of them. He puts a token in the arcade and boots up the game. While she's still unsure about Dave, Jessica figures that she has at least 3 other people aside from herself to take on Dave in case he tries anything. She takes a second to study him. He's maybe 6 feet tall, unusually skinny, and his skin seems sickly pale. His eyes are almost sunken, like he hasn't slept in weeks. Though, given his job, Jessica sees why he might be this way. The 5 of them enter the stage office, and she sees that the room, though somewhat small, is larger than she had expected it to be. It fits all 5 of them in there, with a decent amount of space to spare. Dave walks over to the control panel with a series of screens above it. He pokes and flicks a few buttons and levers, and he gets the system up and running again. After messing around a little bit more, Dave gets the animatronics to start moving, and a song plays over the speakers as the robots begin their showtime routine. Charlie puts the album down on the desk and starts flipping through it. John tries to follow the pictures, but Charlie's just moving too fast. She looks at each of the pictures. Most of them are just family pictures or just pictures of her and Sammy, and a good few of them are of Henry's work, and others are just pictures of beautiful scenery. Charlie flips through one more page and then stops. It's a picture of 2 men. One of them is her father. He was wearing a yellow bear costume and was holding the bear's head in his right arm. He had his left arm around the shoulder of another man who was wearing a yellow rabbit costume. Charlie finally puts it all together. The yellow rabbit is this guy. He must have killed Sammy, and he was there the day the other 5 kids and her dad went missing. She leans away from the book, running all of this information through her head. John leans in closer, looking at the guy. He suddenly gasps, and Charlie looks over at him. John tells her to get a look at the guy. She does so, getting a closer look at the man in the rabbit suit. After a few seconds, it clicks. Now she knows why the night guard looks so familiar. The man in the rabbit suit is Dave. The lights suddenly start to flicker, and they hear a horrific screeching noise blaring over the speakers. They run out into the hall. After activating the robots, Dave excuses himself from the group, saying that he needs to use the bathroom. Walking out the door, Dave instead heads to the parts and service room. It's time to finish what he started all those years ago. He walks into the room and opens one of the suit lockers against the far wall. Taking out the suit, he gets ready to put it on. Jason is just about to beat the high score when the lights and power begin to flicker and a terrible noise plays over the speakers. It's like sensory overload to him. Way too much is happening to focus on anything. Jason turns around, trying to focus on the doorway out of the party room. For just a second, he thinks he can see something walk past the room. Jason walks out of the party room and looks down the hall. He doesn't see anything down there. Or does he? Jason sees a hand waving towards him, trying to get him to come down the hall. His senses are still overloaded, and he decides to follow. Maybe Marlo, Lamar, or someone else was trying to get him to join back up with them. He walks into the showroom and looks around, but can't see anything. The lights are dimmer here, and flickering more sporadically to see anything clearly. He takes a few more steps forward, and is now standing right in front of the large out-of-order curtain. Before Jason can even react, two yellow hands shoot out from the curtain, grabbing him and pulling him inside. Charlie and John run into the others as they try to make their way out of the building. Unable to hear or focus on anything, the group makes their way back into the storage room, and John props the door back up in the frame, blocking the noise and lights. Marla suddenly yells out and runs back towards the door. Charlie looks around and notices that Jason is gone. Marla tries to move the door, but John stands in the way of it. She starts to cry, demanding that they go back in for Jason. Jessica walks over, telling her that they need to take a breath and calm down a little. Marla brushes Jessica aside, and Carlton takes his shot, telling her that it's too disorienting to go back in there now. Marla, still yelling, begins to argue with everybody, and a huge shouting match ensues. Charlie, focusing on what she had just learned about Dave and the Yellow Rabbit, realizes what's going on. She tries to speak up, but no one can hear her over the shouting, so she shouts over them. She asks if anybody saw what happened to Dave after all of this happened. They all quiet down, and Jessica speaks up, saying that Dave had started the showtime routine and then went off to the bathroom. Charlie, breathing heavily, agrees with Marla that they need to go back in there now. Confused, Jessica asks that they really shouldn't be worried about Dave, and Charlie gives her a look of disagreement. Charlie walks over to John, telling him that they need to go back in there. Lamar talks next, asking what's going on with her and why she's acting like Dave is a dangerous threat. Charlie looks up at John before turning around. She starts to talk and reveals what she had just learned now. Dave is actually the Yellow Rabbit, who was the guy who took Michael and the other kids. Marla begins to sob, and the rest of the group looks shocked. Carlton speaks up, asking how long she knew this, and John joins in, saying that they both just learned this a few minutes ago. Jessica goes over to grab Marla, who had collapsed onto the floor, while the others were debating on the next best course of action. Carlton speaks up louder, saying that they need to go talk to his dad. If they can get the police down here, they should be able to stop Dave. Charlie asks if they'll have enough time, and Carlton points out that none of them know anything about the situation in there, and that Dave is potentially dangerous. It's best to just get the police. After a little silence, the group decides to get the police involved. Carlton takes charge to the police station to talk with his dad. Carlton is the first to pull into the police station parking lot, followed by the others. He runs inside, with Charlie and the others right behind him. Chief Burke is on his way out, and they all practically run into him. Shocked, Clay asks what's going on, and everyone starts talking at once and over each other. He tells everyone to settle down and then turns to Carlton, asking him what all of this is. Charlie looks over to Carlton and notices how serious he is. While it is a serious situation, he was usually the one to try and lighten the mood, even in a situation like this. Carlton looks at his dad and tells him that there's been an incident at Freddy's. Jason, Marla's younger brother, was potentially taken. Clay's eyes widen and his face grows grim. He turns to the others, asking what happened. Charlie speaks up and says that the man who took the other 5 kids those 10 years ago, the Yellow Rabbit, is still around, and he's at Freddy's. Clay, without saying another word, turns around, throwing his stuff on a nearby desk. He heads to the desk's phone and rings up a few numbers, asking people to head to the abandoned mall on the outskirts of town. In detail, he explains to each person that he calls the direct location of the door to Freddy's. Charlie starts to think to herself, Clay knows where the entrance to Freddy's is. Why hasn't he done anything to better seal up that place after all these years? Clay hangs up the phone after the last call and walks back over to the group. He says that they all must be tired and scared, and offers for all of them to stay over at his house for the night. They get back in their cars and follow Clay back to his house. They all park and get out. Charlie looks up at the house and realizes that she's never actually been to Carlton, well, his dad's, house. The place was almost a mansion with a huge first and second floor. Entering in, Clay begins to talk to them and tells them to all get comfortable, but he would like them to explain the entire situation to him. He then turns to Charlie and gives her a discerned look, like she knows more about the situation than she's letting on. Charlie gets a strange feeling and follows the others into the living room, sitting down on a couch. John sits next to her, and everyone else finds a place to sit. Clay walks in last and asks everyone to explain their story from the start. Jason opens his eyes, looking around. He can't quite tell where he is, but he sees a lot of those animatronic endos and casings lying around. He must be in the parts and service room. He tries to move his arm, but finds it's contained. Looking down, he finds himself stuck inside an animatronic torso casing. It's a dull brown of some kind, though a little different from Freddy's. Looking back up, he tries to move his legs, and that's when he hears a voice. It tells him not to move, as the suit might decide to go off. Looking forward, Jason sees a yellow rabbit emerge from the dark of the room. He walks up to Jason and tilts his head to the side. He reiterates that moving will make the suit go off, and he wouldn't want that to happen. If it does, he'll end up just like them, and he points to the door. Jason, confused, looks over. He looks back at the yellow rabbit and sees him standing back up, twisting his head a little. Then, the faint sound of sirens gets the yellow rabbit's attention. He looks back at Jason and says that the guests are here and that he has to leave for just a moment. Patting Jason's head, the yellow rabbit tells him to stay put. The yellow rabbit then leaves the room, and Jason starts looking around again. And then, he sees it. The golden bear suit slumped in the corner of the room. Jason wonders if maybe the yellow rabbit moved it back in the room. He hears a noise coming from outside the hall and looks over. After a couple seconds, he looks back at the suit, only to see a kid sitting in front of him. Jason gets startled and shifts slightly. He feels something tighten around his arms. He remembers what the yellow rabbit said about the suit, and he goes completely still, except for his head. He looks back over to the kid and just sees him sitting there, staring at him. The kid then speaks up, saying that his name is Michael, and asks what his name is. Jason, confused, answers that his name is Jason, and asks if Michael can help him get out of the suit. Michael says that he can't, not as long as Spring Bonnie remains here. He goes on to explain that his friends think Spring Bonnie is their friend, but he knows better. He knows that on that day, 10 years ago, the rabbit killed him and his friends. Jason finally puts two and two together and realizes that this Michael is the same Michael that they were honoring at the ceremony, one of the missing kids. The two talk some more about the situation, and Michael shares everything he knows about the yellow rabbit. Officer Dunn pulls up to the old mall, seeing two other cop cars there already. Getting out, he walks over, meeting up with Officer Larson and Officer Murray. They tell him that they found the way in, but wanted to wait for backup. They also ask if the chief is going to be joining up with them. Dunn says that the chief is still with the others who got out, so it's just up to them now. The three head into the mall and over to the entrance to Freddy's. Dunn enters first, followed by Larson and then Murray. He tells Murray to stay at the door and keep a lookout for anything trying to enter or exit the location. Dunn and Larson head further into the pizzeria. The two check and clear several rooms before reaching the doors to the kitchen and the main dining area. Dunn tells Larson to check and clear the kitchen, and he'll go check out the main stage room, telling Larson to meet up with him there after clearing out the kitchen. Larson enters into the kitchen, and Dunn checks out the main stage room. Entering the room, he looks around the place. The room is dark and quiet. He looks over to the stage before walking up to it to get a better look. He notices that the bunny and the bear are on stage, but where was the chicken? Larson enters the kitchen and starts to look around. The room is surprisingly big for a place of this size. Looking behind and in various pieces of old equipment, he doesn't notice anything strange or off about the room. He turns to leave when he hears a shuffling noise coming from the far corner of the room. Shining his light over there, he sees a table shaking slightly in the corner and goes over to investigate. He gets a closer look, and once he's right by it, the table stops shaking. He looks around but doesn't notice anything or anyone. He turns to leave and sees Chica standing right behind him. He yells as the robot lunges forward at him. Murray and Dunn hear the scream and both run to the kitchen. They enter and see Chica standing on the far side of the room. She turns to them, blood covering her mouth and hands. Dunn sees Larson's body on the floor in front of her. Murray shoots and hits Chica in the left shoulder, but it doesn't do anything. Realizing the severity of the situation, Dunn and Murray turn to head back to the exit, but hear a strange hum from down the hall and see Foxy standing at the end of the hallway by the door. Dunn and Murray turn to run into the main stage room, and they hear Foxy running after them. They go through the doors and prop themselves up against them as Foxy runs into the doors, but is stopped by Dunn and Murray. He pounds on the doors a few times before he turns and leaves. Dunn tries to contact Chief Burke on his radio, but gets a shrill shriek of kids laughing in response. Realizing that they need a place to hold out till more officers arrive, Dunn and Murray run over to the stage office. But Dunn notices that the bunny isn't on stage anymore. He stops and tries to stop Murray from entering the office, but it's too late. Murray runs in, and the door slams behind him. Dunn hears screaming coming from the other side, and blood runs out from under the door. He turns and runs to the party rooms, hoping that he can find a place to hide there. He runs into the furthest party room and sets himself up behind some arcade machines. He hides there, and then hears the sound of a music box starting up, and a song begins to play. Dunn looks around the corner of the arcade and sees a set of flickering eyes heading straight towards him. He backs himself up against the corner of the room and turns to fight. Suddenly, the building's power flickers for a moment, and then everything, including his flashlight, goes dark. The music stops, and after a few moments, Dunn gets his flashlight back on and looks. Freddy is gone. Dunn carefully walks back out of the party room and back to the stage. He looks and is shocked to see all three of the main animatronics back on their stage. Cautiously, Dunn makes his way back to the door. He heads down the hallway and is right by the door when a hand comes around from the corner and grabs him by the neck. Dunn is lifted into the air, and the yellow rabbit reveals himself to Dunn. The yellow rabbit tilts its head, almost out of curiosity, and then stabs Dunn several times, killing him. After hearing the whole story, Clay decides that he's going to head back down to the station to gather some more officers and head to Freddy's to make things right. He trusts that they won't follow him, as they are all adults. He leaves, and the group, exhausted by the day, all head to bed. The girls are staying in one room and the boys are staying in the other. Charlie lays down on a mattress on the floor and falls asleep almost immediately. She opens her eyes and finds herself back at Freddy's. The place is dark, though a faint illumination hangs over the place, like a ghostly glow. She looks around and sees the figures of 3 kids standing on stage in the places of Bonnie, Chica, and Freddy. She then hears a sound coming from the staff-only hallway, and she walks in there and sees that her dad's office door is open. She runs over, but finds it empty. She looks around until the phone rings. She walks over to it and picks it up. A man's voice speaks, saying, "You're next, Charlotte." She turns, dropping the phone, and sees the yellow rabbit charge towards her. Charlie shoots up, eyes wide and breathing heavy. She gets up and sneaks out of the room without waking up any of the others. She walks downstairs and out the front door, sitting down on the front steps. Her breathing is still fast until a familiar hand rests on her shoulder. She looks up to see John sitting down beside her. He asks if she's okay, and she tells him that she isn't. She's had dreams and nightmares ever since she's gotten here, and she's dug up so much about her past that she had forgotten. And now she finds out that the person who killed Sammy is actually the same person who took those 5 kids, and he's still alive and has Jason. It's just too much for her to handle. John holds out his hand, and Charlie takes it. He places his other hand over top and tells her that she isn't alone in this, and that she has him and everyone inside the house to be there for her. Charlie smiles and the two hug. They let go and she lets out a little laugh, saying that was incredibly corny. John smiles back and tells her that he wouldn't have said it any other way. He invites her back in the house and she follows him. The two sit on the couch in the living room and talk for a while longer. Charlie wakes up to the sounds of muffled laughs and talking. Letting her eyes focus, she sees Carlton and Lamar standing close to the couch. She feels movement from next to her and sees John waking up as well. They must have fallen asleep on the couch. Charlie gets up first and tells Carlton and Lamar to grow up. She looks around for a moment and then asks Carlton if he's heard anything about Freddy's. Carlton stops smiling and says that he hasn't heard anything all night. Jessica and Marla come downstairs and ask if there's been any news. Carlton, again, says that he hasn't heard anything. They all start to worry a bit more, and Carlton decides that he's going to head down to the police station to check in with his dad. Marla says that she wants to go with, and the two leave. The others sit down in the living room, and Jessica starts asking Charlie about Dave, seeing if there's any more information that she's not letting on about. After a little back and forth, Charlie finally caves and shares everything that she knows. She finally brings up that Dave had killed her brother, Sammy, back in 1983, at a location called Fredbear's Family Diner. She brings up how Dave used to work with her father to create Fredbear's, and that at one point she probably knew who Dave was, though she doesn't really remember him now. Jessica and Lamar are surprised to hear this and say that they didn't know Charlie's life had been so haunted all this time. Charlie says that the events of the past couple days have dragged everything back up to the surface, but that, in a way, it's actually good. Being reminded of all of this can finally help her to start to accept it and not just repress it anymore. They talk a bit more about Freddy's and other stuff, but then the phone rings. John picks it up and after a minute hangs it back up, saying that they all need to go down to the police station. The group gets ready and heads out. Having taken Charlie's car, the group pulls into the police station and sees Carlton, Marla, and Clay standing outside talking. They all get out and walk over to them. Clay tells them that he sent 3 officers into Freddy's last night and that he's not heard anything back from them. Charlie suspects the worst. Clay goes on, saying that they've run into a new issue at Freddy's and that he's going to need their help to get around it. He tells them to follow him to the mall. Everyone gets back in their cars and follows Clay over to the mall. They pull up and all get out, walking into the mall and over to Freddy's. Walking into the storage room, Charlie notices floodlights have been set up in the room, pointing at the door to Freddy's. She looks over to the door and notices the problem. Clay tells everyone that the door has been welded shut from the inside, and until he can get equipment to cut through it, there's no way to get into Freddy's. That's when he looks over at Charlie and says that he needs to know if there's another way to get into the building. Her dad built the place, so maybe she might know of another way in. Charlie thinks hard for a moment and thinks about her time spent at Freddy's. The main entrance is sealed off, and same with the windows. The only other place that she had spent a lot of time was her dad's office. It suddenly clicks with her. She blurts out that her dad's office has a skylight in it. Lamar speaks up, asking how a skylight's going to be helpful when the whole building's sealed off. Clay then looks up at the ceiling and sees the exposed supports that separate the roof from the ceiling. He says that she might be onto something, as it looks like there's space between the roof of the mall and the roof of Freddy's. He thanks her for her help and looks at all of them, and then says that they should go now. Stunned by how suddenly he wants them out of there, Jessica asks why. Clay brings up the point that most likely that man in there has killed 3 police officers and is also holding Jason. He doesn't want any of them near the inside of this place until he can get the place secured. Marla starts to get upset and says that they can't just sit around and wait anymore. Clay tries to defuse the situation some more and asks Carlton to maybe help him out a bit. Carlton walks over to him, and before Clay can even notice anything, Carlton swings and punches Clay square in the face, sending him tumbling into a nearby shelf before collapsing to the floor. Everyone gasps and stands there with their mouths to the floor. Clay shifts, but doesn't get up right away. Carlton turns and says that they don't have long before his dad's going to get back up. Snapping out of it, the group looks around and finds a way to get onto the roof of Freddy's. They set up some shelves and boxes and all climb up, with John knocking the tower down behind them. Charlie leads the way and sees the skylight. Crawling over, she's able to shift it open just enough for the group to slide into the office. Once John drops down last, he looks back up and remarks that they'll need to be successful since there isn't a way out now. Charlie looks up at the skylight and sees the bend to get out would be near impossible. Looking around, she realizes that she forgot her flashlight back in her car, and Carlton is the only one with a flashlight. A little panicked, she asks if anybody else had brought a light with them. John then walks over and hands her flashlight. He remarks that he grabbed it from her car before they had gone in. She takes it and smiles at him before turning to the rest of the group, and says that it would be best for them to split up to look for Jason. Dave is most likely out there, and it's better to move in smaller groups to avoid being cornered. The others agree and decide that Charlie, John, and Carlton will check parts and service, while Jessica, Lamar, and Marla will begin looking through the main stage room and the other party rooms. They'll all meet back here in Henry's office once they find Jason or take out Dave. Charlie walks over to the door to the office and slowly opens it, peeking out. She points her flashlight down either end of the hall and doesn't see anything. She turns and tells everybody to go. Opening the door fully, the group leaves and splits in their opposite directions. Charlie leads, with John and Carlton following behind. Making it to the parts and service door, she creaks it open and peeks inside. She doesn't see anything noticeable and points the flashlight inside. Leaning up against the opposite wall, she sees Jason's head poking out from a mascot torso, with his legs sticking out the bottom. She holds her breath, but sees him shift his head a little. She lets out a sigh of relief and lets John and Carlton know that he's in there and alive. She opens the door, still a bit cautious. Her and Carlton walk in, and Carlton heads straight over to Jason, asking if he's okay and what happened. Charlie starts to walk over, but looks around the room, nervous and a little uneased. She looks over at a workstation and sees the yellow rabbit head sitting on it. Her heart starts to race faster and faster. She feels nerves on the back of her neck start to tense, and hears a loud smack from right behind her. She lets out a little squeal and turns to see Dave grasping the back of his head before stumbling to the floor. John stands right behind him, holding an animatronic leg. He drops it and walks over to Charlie, asking if she's okay. She says that she's fine and asks what happened. John says that he waited back in the hallway. Something just didn't feel right about the room. That's when he saw Dave walking up behind her, about to strangle her. So John entered the room, grabbed something laying on the floor next to the door, and hit Dave with it. Carlton calls over for them to come to him. John and Charlie walk over, and Charlie kneels down next to Jason. She asks if he's okay, and in a raspy voice, he says that he's a little thirsty. Charlie nods and looks at the suit. She realizes that it's a spring-lock suit, like the ones her dad used to use back at Fredbear's. She remembers how he always told her not to go near them, as they could break at the slightest bit of movement. Now she realizes why Dave put Jason in a suit. Charlie tries to look behind Jason, but can't get a good enough look at the back of the suit. She looks over to Carlton and asks if he can help her rotate Jason so that his back is facing her, but she tells him to be extremely careful and slow, as this is a spring-lock suit and can get set off at any moment. Carlton asks what a spring-lock suit is, and Charlie explains to the best of her ability that the spring locks hold pieces of endoskeletons into place against the outside of the suit, allowing a person to wear it like a costume. If it goes off when someone's inside, it wouldn't be good. Carlton asks how she knows this, and she explains that her dad taught it to her back at the previous location. Carlton, confused, slowly nods his head and helps Charlie start to rotate Jason. John looks over to the yellow rabbit head on the workstation. He starts to think about what Charlie said about these suits being used at the old location. Maybe this yellow rabbit suit is one of those too. They get Jason rotated, and Charlie looks at the back of the suit. It suddenly dawns on her that she doesn't really know what she's doing here. Looking at it, she sees a set of clamps that look like they hold the back of the suit together. Carefully, she unlatches one. It shakes the suit a little, and Jason groans. She winces and looks back at the clamps. 2 more. She unclamps the second one, but braces it so that it doesn't shake as much. She repeats for the third, and slowly opens up the back panels. Jason starts to fall back out, and Charlie quickly props him up. She looks over to John and Carlton, and says that they need to be quick. She's going to pull Jason out, and they need to pull the suit away from Jason as fast as possible. She counts down and reaches 1. She pulls Jason towards her as fast as she can, and John and Carlton yank the suit away from Jason as fast as they can. She gets Jason out, and the suit tumbles across the room. It starts snapping and shifting on the floor before settling into place. They all huddle around Jason, asking if he's okay. He looks up at them and says that Freddy's is not a place he wants to be. Jessica, Marla, and Lamar walk into the main stage room. Jessica tries her best to look around, but it's hard to see anything clearly. She just hopes that Jason's okay. Looking over to the stage, she sees the band standing on it. Even in their broken state and in the dark, she can't help but smile at them. Back when she was a kid, she would always just sit in front of the stage and just watch the animatronics move and dance, or as good as an animatronic can dance. Out of the main band, Bonnie was always her favorite. Something about him was just comforting. She walks over to him and stares up at him. Then something catches her eye. Looking closer at Bonnie's hands, Jessica notices hints of red speckled across them. She thinks to herself, wondering if it could be blood. At that thought, the room around her suddenly felt colder and darker than it already is. There's something else off about this place. Something dark resides here, as if the shadows themselves are alive. She looks over and sees Marla and Lamar moving into the hallway to the party rooms. Catching back up with them, she looks down the hall and notices the curtain to Pirate's Cove is open, and Foxy isn't there. A feeling of dread and terror washes over her. Something bad is about to happen. She can feel it. As Carlton looks after Jason, John and Charlie look back over to Dave, who's still laying on the floor. John suggests that they should tie him up and get whatever information they can out of him. Charlie asks what they need from him, and John starts to list off a number of things. How to get out, what did he do to the kids, why did he do what he did. Charlie, realizing that her question was rather dumb, tells John to stop and that she gets the point. Looking around, she sees a number of boxes in the far corner of the room. She tells John that she's going to look through there to see if there's something they can tie him up with, and heads over. She searches through a couple of boxes and finds a spool of wiring. She grabs it, but notices a foul smell coming from behind the boxes. She shifts the box over and sees it. Charlie gasps and falls back from the boxes. Carlton sees her and runs over, asking what happened. John also looks up to see what's going on. Charlie just points to the boxes, and Carlton takes a step closer and then sees it too. He hangs his head down and then turns to Charlie and John. Carlton says that it's Officer Dunn's body. Dave must have hid it here after killing him last night. Charlie, settling down just a little bit, gets to her feet and walks over to John. John looks over to Carlton and wonders what happened to the other two officers' bodies. Charlie hands John the spool of wire and goes to sit against the wall. She starts to get in her head and thinks about how he's killed more people now. If she had just gone back last night, maybe they would still be alive. John calls out that he's done, and Charlie and Carlton look over, seeing John sit Dave up against a wall. The three stand up and gather around Dave. Carlton brings up that somebody should go let the others know that they have Jason and that Dave isn't out there anymore. Charlie thinks for a second before saying that it might be best to have all three of them here in case Dave tries anything else. Besides, nothing else is out there, so odds are is that the others will just make their way here in a few minutes. Dave starts to groan a little, and Charlie's eyes shoot over to him. He's waking up. Charlie turns to John and then to Carlton. Who wants to talk to Dave first? Dave opens his eyes and looks up at them, staring blankly. John kneels down next to him and asks how they leave. Dave just stares, and then he turns to Charlie. His eyes shift slightly before he turns to the yellow rabbit head. Charlie follows his gaze and sees it. Confused, she walks over to it and grabs it. It's lighter than she expected it to be. She walks back over to Dave and asks why he's looking at this. Dave just stares at it and then back to Charlie. She thinks for a moment and then kneels down next to Dave and puts the yellow rabbit head over his. She stands up and takes a step back. Carlton leans over asking why she did that, and Charlie just shrugs. Dave starts twisting his head a little, slightly adjusting the yellow rabbit head. After a second, he stops and turns to John. Dave asks if John can repeat his question. Looking a little confused, John asks how they can leave. Dave lets out a little laugh and says that they can't. The place is sealed, and even if it wasn't, the kids wouldn't let them leave anyway. Charlie is a little more confused by the response, but decides to ask a question of her own. She gets a little closer and asks who he really is. Why did he work at Fredbear's with her dad? What connection does he have with her? After a few more questions, Dave looks up at her and tilts his head as if he was confused. He responds, asking if Charlotte really can't remember her old Uncle William, or Mr. Afton as he preferred to be called. Charlie gets a sudden flood of memories. She remembers him now, William Afton. He would often come over to her family's house and spend time with them. She even remembers a moment where she got locked out of her house and William had to come unlock it for her. She frowns and then turns to anger. She glares down at him and starts asking why he's done everything he's done in his life. Taking the 5 kids here, killing Sammy, ruining her family. Why do all that? William scoffs and responds by saying that her father, Henry, started all of this. It was his faulty machines that destroyed his family, that ruined his life on that fateful day. Charlie stops and gets a little more confused. She's about to reply back when Carlton, trying to break up the back and forth and get things back on track, asks his question. He gets closer and asks what he meant by the kids not letting them leave. William shifts his focus to Carlton and replies. He says that the kids here don't like unwelcome guests and that they won't let them leave alive. The 3 are still confused and go in to ask another question when Jason joins in. He says that Dave or William here killed the kids, but they never really left this place. They glance over to Jason, and then Charlie gets it. The dreams she's been having. She's seen the ghostly image of kids in the place of the robots. The kids never left this place because they were trapped in the robots. Charlie turns to Afton and says this, saying that he put their bodies in the robot suits. She couldn't see it through the mouth of the yellow rabbit, but she's certain Afton is smiling ear to ear at her remark. Afton responds, saying that she's right, and that maybe she's smarter than her old man. John speaks up, saying that if the robots are controlled by the kids, and they don't like guests, that means that Marla, Lamar, and Jessica are in danger. Charlie, without even thinking, grabs the flashlight from John and runs straight to the door and out into the hall. Jessica hears a strange scraping sound coming from the hall. She peeks out and doesn't see much in the dark until a small point of light appears at the end of the hall, near Foxy's stage. She tries to squint more to get a better look, but can't tell what it is. She thinks to herself, wondering if it might be Dave. Suddenly, she hears what sounds like metallic footsteps, and the light starts moving fast in her direction. She turns and lunges back into the party room, with Lamar and Marla looking over at her. Jessica looks back at the doorway and sees Foxy crash against the ground and tumble partway into the party room. She quickly gets to her feet and turns to the others. Without time to figure out what's happening, she tells Lamar to cut the light and hide. The light goes out, and she isn't able to see where Marla and Lamar go. Jessica runs to a set of arcades and hides behind them, crouching to the ground. She hears Foxy's footsteps again as he walks into the room and starts looking around. A sudden crash makes her gasp a little, and she hears Foxy start walking closer to her. He starts scraping his claw on the side of the arcade, when Jessica suddenly hears another crash, combined with a few yells. She sees the flashlight turn back on, and hears Marla tell her to get out of there and leave before Foxy gets back up. She moves and sees Foxy squirming under an air hockey table. She joins up with them, and the 3 run out into the main stage room. Charlie runs out into the hall and over to the swinging doors. She's about to go through them when she runs into something just on the other side. Shining the flashlight up, she sees Bonnie just standing there as he turns to look down at her. She gasps and turns towards the nearest door, which happens to be the kitchen. She runs in and stops when she sees Chica standing on the other side of the room. Chica turns to Charlie and starts walking over to her. Charlie moves, and the 2 play a little ring around the rosy for a minute before the lights in the building come on. Charlie looks up and thanks John for getting the lights on, assuming it was him. She looks back over to Chica, who starts pushing her way through the center kitchen island area, shoving and breaking countertop and metal carts. Charlie runs over to the sinks and sees a bucket of old water sitting in one. She throws the flashlight aside and grabs the bucket. Chica starts charging towards her, and Charlie dumps the water at Chica's feet. Chica takes a few steps, but slips and topples sideways into the counters and sinks, crashing to the ground. Charlie, not waiting for Chica to get up, runs to the door, but finds Bonnie now entering the kitchen. She starts to back up until the cupcake shows up on a cart next to her and jumps at her. Charlie grabs it, and after a slight struggle, throws it at Bonnie, hitting him in the head and causing him to stumble over onto the ground. She runs past him and towards the door, grabbing the flashlight again on the way out. Leaving the kitchen, she runs into John and Carlton. John tells her that he left Jason in Henry's office for now and told him to lock the door. Charlie nods and says that they need to move on to find the others. Charlie runs into the main stage room, followed by John and Carlton. They immediately see Jessica, Marla, and Lamar standing in the room and run over to them. They all unite, and Marla asks about Jason. John explains that he's safe in Henry's office, and Marla lets out a sigh of relief and a few tears. Charlie asks if they're okay, and Jessica looks sharply at her, and then asks why the robots can move around and attack. Charlie explains that Dave, or William Afton, killed the 5 kids back in 1985 and hid their bodies in the robot suits. That's why they act weird, because they're controlled by those same kids, under his influence. Jessica, Marla, and Lamar all have a face of disgust and anger. Suddenly, the lights in the main stage room flicker for a moment before shutting off, making the room go dark. Charlie turns on her flashlight and looks around. She starts to hear music playing and turns in the direction it's coming from. She sees Freddy's face flickering from an interior light move in their direction. She starts to back up, and the group follows her. She hears metallic footsteps and moves her light onto Foxy, who joins up with Freddy. The doors to the staff-only hall then open, and she sees Bonnie and Chica start to walk into the room too, joining Freddy and Foxy. She now realizes that they are cornered. Jason paces around Henry's office, not sure what to do. He turns a couple more times until Michael is standing right in front of him. Jason gasps and stumbles back a little. Michael apologizes, but says that he's in a hurry since his friends are about to hurt Jason's friends. Jason asks what he means, and Michael just tells him to remind his friends who the real bad guy is here. Jason looks away for a second, and then looks back to see Michael is gone. He thinks for a moment, and then remembers the picture in his pocket from the other day. He pulls it out and sees the 4 kids holding hands with the yellow rabbit. He was the real enemy, not Marla and the others. Jason looks around and sees a spilled pack of crayons on the ground. He grabs a random piece of paper, flipping it over to the back, and he starts to draw. The robots march closer, and Charlie, back against the wall with the others, tries to think of a way out of this. Suddenly, the doors to the room swing open, and she hears Jason's voice yelling for the kids to stop attacking his friends. Freddy and the others stop walking and turn to Jason, tilting their heads at him. Charlie just stares at Jason, wondering what on earth he's doing. He runs up to her and asks for her flashlight. She just gives it to him, and he turns it to the picture he's holding, showing the yellow rabbit hurting 5 kids. The lights then turn back on, and Freddy marches over to Jason, and then holds out his hand. Jason hands him the picture, and Freddy holds it in a circle with the other robots, just staring at it. Charlie is a little shocked and looks back over to Jason, who's just smiling at the robots. Marla brushes past Charlie and basically slams into Jason, giving him a huge hug. The others gather around him and are happy that he's okay. Charlie looks over to John, and he looks back over at her. She thinks to herself about how this whole thing is finally over. She smiles, and he smiles back at her. The whole building shakes with the sound of a small explosion. Charlie looks over to the staff hallway and hears voices coming from the other side. She starts to run over to the doors and is followed by the others. They get to the hallway and see Clay standing just inside the doorway, calling for them. He sees them and calls for them to come over to him. Charlie and the others walk over, and he asks if everyone is okay. They say they are, and they all get ready to leave. Clay has another officer start to guide the others out, while John talks to him about Afton, and Charlie stands nearby, ready to offer any information if needed. John turns to her, and his face freezes in fear right as she feels an arm cross over her chest and sees a knife move against her throat. Clay draws his gun and tells the yellow rabbit to put the knife down. John gets it together, and Charlie sees him wink at her before running down the hall. William doesn't seem to notice, as he tells Clay to leave and seal the place back up or he'll kill her. Clay repeats his line, telling William to put the knife down. William changes focus to Charlie, telling her that she's next, and that this will be his final act of revenge against Henry. William lost 2 kids, now Henry will lose his 2nd kid. Just then, Charlie hears John's voice call out from behind her. William turns, surprised by a voice from behind him, and loosens his grip on Charlie. She makes her move, elbowing William's right arm, moving it out of the way and dropping the knife out of it. She kicks off the suit's feet and makes a run for Clay. William turns back around and reaches for her before a loud smack of metal on metal is heard, and Charlie turns to see John holding a large pipe and William stumbling forward. Both her and John look surprised that the suit hasn't gone off yet, and William regains his balance. He focuses on her. He takes a step forward, and that's when it hits. A loud clank and the sound of gears go off, followed by a crunch and William screaming. He grabs the yellow rabbit head, trying to get it off, but it's no use. He falls onto his knees in pain, and the suit starts to go off even more. The building starts to shake, and the lights flicker on and off. Clay looks around and tells him to get the heck out of the building. John goes first, with Charlie right behind him. She turns around and looks right past Clay. Looking into the hall, she sees William, still shaking on the ground, but now surrounded by 5 animatronics. Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy were just standing around him, and a golden bear sat in the middle of them. Clay then basically pushes Charlie out of the doorway before he tells the other officers to seal up the building and to make it fast. Clay then turns to the others and tells them to head out of the mall and back into the parking lot. Once out there, he looks at each of them and tells them to meet him down at the police station for a full report of everything. Charlie watches as he walks over to Carlton and pats his shoulder, telling him that it was a good punch, but if he tries that again, he will get brought in for assaulting an officer. Carlton gives a hesitant smile. John walks up next to Charlie and asks if she's okay. She turns to him, and the two just hug. It's finally over. A few days have passed, and Charlie pulls into the diner parking lot, parking and getting out of her car. She looks over to the diner and sees all her other friends there. She walks up and goes inside. When she enters, she sees everyone get up and walk over to her, saying hi and greeting her. She looks over to see John still sitting in one of the booths, but smiling over at her. She says a real quick hi to everyone and walks over, sitting next to John and giving him a playful punch on the shoulder. Everyone sits down and Carlton speaks up first, asking what everyone's plans are. Marla and Lamar say that they are thinking of attending the same college out on the East Coast. Jason blurts out that he's going to continue his drawing. Carlton says that he's going back to stay with his mother on the West Coast and that he'll be starting up college there in the fall. Jessica says that she's going up to Cedar City, and Charlie starts to think. They all turn to her, and she says that she's going to be joining Jessica up in Cedar City. Everyone looks surprised, and Jessica smiles, going in for a hug. She lets go, and Charlie turns to John. He smiles at her, and she smiles back at him. Leaning back in the booth, Charlie closes her eyes and thinks about the real reason she's going to Cedar City. She needs to stay close to home. In her mind, she pictures the door to her 4th closet, and the message she keeps hearing in her head. Come find me. The Twisted Ones. Thunder shakes the house, and a man shoots up in bed, breathing heavy. He looks over at his clock, seeing it read 12 a.m. He sighs and looks out the window. Seeing the rain still pouring down through the light of a streetlight, he wonders if this storm will ever stop. It's been going on for days now. He sighs again and shifts to go back to bed, before he turns back to look out his window. Did he see something move out there? Lightning streaks across the sky, and he sees 2 hulking forms shift away from his window. The man inhales sharply and tumbles out of bed. He runs over to his door, opening it, only to see a towering, faded yellow monster standing right outside of it. It's holding a grotesque living cupcake, its eyes staring straight at him. He stumbles back and crawls towards the end of his bed to get away from the thing. Then, he hears the sound of sloshing footsteps running towards his window. He looks and sees another creature come crashing through the window, its mouth open and filled with sharp teeth, aimed right at him. The man screams. Charlie finds herself back in her old house, back in her old room. She looks around and notices a light coming from under the 4th closet doorway. She walks over and puts her hand on the doorknob before the sound of thunder shakes her awake. She looks up and remembers she's in the lecture hall for her first class of the day. It's the start of her 2nd year here, and Charlie is starting to think that college maybe isn't for her. The class ends and she walks over to her next class. As she walks, a dude calls out to her and tries to creepily hit on her. She ignores him and walks to her next class. After the end of her last class of the day, she walks out of the building and sees John standing outside, waiting for her. She runs over and the two hug. They've talked nearly daily with each other now, but his job has kept him busy for the past year, so they haven't been able to visit. They let go, and John asks if she wants to take a walk in the nearby park. Charlie looks up to the sky and sees that the clouds aren't as dark as they were earlier in the day. She agrees, and the two start their walk. As they're walking, Charlie asks John why he's here, and John says that he's saved up a few days of time off and thought it would be fun to come up and visit her for a few days. They walk and talk some more before John stops and turns to Charlie. Charlie stops and turns over to John and sees that he's starting to blush, like a lot. She asks what's up, and John finally asks if she wants to go on a date with him later in the day. Charlie is taken a little aback and starts to blush too. Running it through her head, she just blurts out yes and smiles. The two stand there for a second, and John suggests that they should go to the local Thai restaurant he passed on his way to his hotel. Charlie says she knows what place he's talking about and says that it'll be fun. She suggests to see a movie after dinner, and John agrees to that. They stand there in silence for a minute before they both agree to have John pick her up at her apartment at 5:30 on the dot. Charlie says that she'll be ready, and the two part ways. As she walks back to her apartment, Charlie thinks about the fact that she's going on a date. Her and John have always done things together, but they never really put an official label on anything. An official date just makes things exciting. Charlie gets back to the apartment where she finds that Jessica's already home. When they began attending this college a year ago, they had decided to share an apartment together to help save on rent and to not be stuck in a dorm. Jessica asks how the classes were, and Charlie, ignoring that question, says that she actually met up with John after her last class. Jessica looks over and asks how that was. Charlie, reluctant to get Jessica involved, does cave and tell her that they're going on a date later and that she might need help picking out an outfit for it. Jessica lets out a squeal of excitement and tells Charlie to show her whatever outfit she has. Jessica picks out a bunch of random clothes, and Charlie tries on all of them, but finds that none of them are really her style. Jessica then finds the dress and vest that Charlie had worn to last year's ceremony about the missing children of Hurricane, and suggests that she should wear that. Charlie just stares at Jessica, and then tells her that she's actually going to pick out her own outfit. Charlie changes and shows Jessica the outfit. Jessica tells Charlie that she already wears that every day. Jeans, a deep purple shirt, and a green jacket are not the outfit you want to wear on a first date. Charlie just rolls her eyes and says that it's just John and that he's not going to mind. Looking at the time, she sees it's almost 5:30 and tells Jessica that it's too late to change now, and she gets ready to leave. As she's walking out the door, Jessica calls out for her to not take things too far on the first date before laughing hysterically. Charlie just walks out and closes the door. Charlie walks out at the apartment entrance and sees John waiting over by his car. She walks over and notices right away that he's wearing the same style outfit that he always does. Guess Jessica was wrong. She walks up and says hi. John says hi back and then asks if she's alright to walk down to the restaurant since it's not that far. He's down the drive, but figured since the weather had cleared up for now, they might as well take advantage of the good weather while they can. Charlie agrees, and the two start to walk down to the restaurant. They talk for a little bit, and after a couple minutes, they walk up to the restaurant and head inside. They get a small table for two by the window and sit down. Looking through the menu, Charlie realizes that she knows absolutely nothing when it comes to Thai food. She asks John for advice on the food, and John suggests a dish for her to try. It's not too spicy. A waiter walks up to their table and they order their food. The waiter leaves, and John starts up conversation by asking Charlie about school. She says that it's fine, but she's starting to think that maybe college isn't meant for her. She just can't seem to focus in class, and says that the material in her classes just doesn't really seem to interest her. John says that he understands and brings up that he isn't planning on going to college. It's just not meant for everybody. He also says that he trusts she'll make the right decision for herself. Charlie asks what he's been up to, and he says that there's not much new. He brings up how the storms have been crashing through the area, and says that they've done a lot of damage to the town itself. He suddenly tenses up and looks distressed. Charlie asks if he's okay, and John says that he's fine, but asks if she wants to know about her old house. Charlie's heart stops for a second before she says she does. John goes on to say that he stops there from time to time, clarifying that he doesn't go in, but that he just goes to check on the house itself. After the last major storm went through, it had taken out most of Henry's workshop and had damaged portions of the second floor. Charlie thinks to herself and focuses on her breathing. It's just a house. She looks to John and asks if it would be okay for them to check out the house tomorrow, and together. John nods his head and says he understands. Just then, their food arrives. Shifting the talk, Charlie looks down at her plate and tries a bite of food. The spice hits her immediately, and she tries to hide it, but John looks up and smiles at her. He lets out a little laugh and asks if it's too spicy for her. She glares back at him, smiling too. Charlie says that she can handle the food and goes in for more. As they eat, John talks some more about Hurricane and mentions the various disappearances. Charlie looks over to John, concerned. He says that because of the storm, there have been reports of several people going missing and a few homes were broken into. Thinking about this, Charlie starts to get a dark feeling about Hurricane, like something bad is happening there. They both move on, and after a bit, she finally finishes her food, and John congratulates her. She leans over the table and gives him a punch on the shoulder, with both of them laughing. They finish up at the restaurant with John paying, and they head across the street to the local movie theater. They walk into the theater and buy 2 tickets to Tremors 2, and then head into their assigned theater. Sitting down, they get ready to start the movie, and after a few minutes, it starts. They both enjoy watching the movie, but Charlie gets a strange feeling about the premise. Creatures that live underground, that emerge to spread out and kill people on land. It's just such a weird and disturbing idea. After a bit, the movie ends and they get up to leave. They walk out and say that the movie wasn't the best, but it was a fun watch. Charlie looks over to John, seeing him laughing and talking about a part in the movie, and the realization dawns on her. She loves to see him smile. She loves him. They walk back to her apartment and stand in front of the door. They tell each other that they had a fun time, and John brings up the idea of a second date. Charlie smiles and says that she's down for a second date. They look at each other, and right before Charlie leans into John, Jessica flings the door open. John and Charlie shoot their attention over to her, who says hi to John and turns to grin at Charlie. John says hi, and they talk for just a minute. They stop, and John turns to Charlie and brings up that she had wanted to go back in the town to check out her house. Jessica looks confused, and Charlie says that she does and asks if picking her up at 9 a.m. would work. John agrees, and the two share some goodnights, and then John leaves. Charlie walks into the apartment, and Jessica starts laughing, saying that she totally caught Charlie about to kiss John. Charlie just rolls her eyes and says that she's probably going to call it a night. She gets ready for bed and lays down, falling asleep. Charlie opens her eyes and finds herself back in her old house, but this time she's at the bottom of the stairs. She looks around and sees that the house is dark and a fierce storm rages outside. She turns to the stairs and starts walking up them, hoping to reach the 4th closet door before she wakes up. When she reaches the top of the stairs, she gets the feeling that something is watching her. She looks at the bottom of the stairs and sees 2 glowing eyes staring at her from the dark. They quickly hide around the corner of the wall. Charlie's heart races, and she goes into her room and reaches for the 4th closet door. Right as she grabs the handle, her alarm wakes her up. Charlie gets ready for the day and packs an overnight bag just in case she stays in town. She goes to leave and sees Jessica sitting there. Jessica asks where she's going, and Charlie explains that she just wants to check in on her old house after the storm. It's not anything crazy or serious, she just wants to see how bad the damage is. Jessica nods and tells her to stay safe out there, and to not kiss John while she's out there as well. Charlie just glares at Jessica, who smiles and waves at her. Charlie leaves out the apartment entrance and sees John waiting out there with his car. He waves and she walks over, getting into the passenger side. They pull out of the parking lot and head out to Hurricane, chatting along the way. Pulling up to the old house, Charlie sees just how bad the storm was. John was right, her dad's workshop is basically gone, with only a few pieces of the wall still standing. Turning to the house, Charlie sees that the damage to the 2nd floor didn't reach her bedroom. She lets out a sigh of relief. The two get out of the car and decide to start with Henry's workshop. Walking over to it, Charlie feels sad seeing how little of it is left. She looks over to the large prize box and sees that it's tipped on its side now and that the top of it is open. She looks inside but sees nothing. John calls out to her and she walks over to him. Looking over to her, John asks if she's ever gone to the workshop's basement. Charlie, confused, says that the workshop doesn't have a basement. John points to the ground and Charlie looks. Under some debris and the floorboards is a hatch of some kind. They clear off the debris and John goes to open it. Charlie helps him and together they get the hatch open. Looking into the dark, John says that he's gonna grab a flashlight from his car. He goes and he grabs it and tells Charlie that he started bringing one in his car ever since the incident last year. She smiles at him and then the two look back down into the dark. John turns on the flashlight and points it in. They see a ladder that leads down to the floor. John goes first and Charlie follows. Looking around inside, Charlie sees that the room is rather small. There's also a lot of other pipes and mechanical stuff seemingly placed around at random, though it must serve a purpose of some kind. On one of the walls, Charlie sees a torn poster. Getting a closer look, she sees the word celebrate. Underneath that, she sees a part of a strange-looking character she's never seen before. Only the hair and the top of the face are visible, but the character has bright red pigtails and a pale white skin, or whatever it was. It also had bright green eyes. Suddenly, the lights turn on, and Charlie lets out a little squeak and turns to John. He laughs a little and apologizes for scaring her. Being able to see the room clearer now, Charlie notices a door on the far side of the room. Walking over, she sees that it has a keypad next to it. John walks over and asks what it could be. Charlie says that she doesn't know. Without knowing the passcode and with little else in the room, the two decide to head back out and check out the rest of the house. They climb back out and begin to head to the house when Charlie notices the other shed. A huge hole has been torn through the side and the floor of the shed, revealing the dirt below. She walks over, followed by John. Looking into the dirt, Charlie notices 4 deep holes, like graves, dug into the dirt. John squats down and points out how the damage and dirt pattern makes it look like something dug out of the ground rather than something digging into the ground. Charlie thinks back to the movie they watched. Maybe her feeling about that story wasn't wrong. Could something have been buried under the shed? Without any ideas, they decide to head into the house itself. Walking in, Charlie sees that the first floor seems to be in decent condition, given the circumstances. She starts to feel the calling to the door and walks up the stairs, with John right behind her. She walks into her room and sees it intact. Looking over to the 4th closet door, she tries the door handle, but finds it locked. Suddenly, she feels a shock and gets lightheaded, falling back. John catches her and asks what happened. Charlie focuses again and says that she doesn't know. Standing back up, John says that it could be residual static electricity and that they should be more careful. Realizing that she's not getting into the door, she says that she's done here and that they should leave. Something isn't right about this place. Walking back out to John's car, Charlie looks out into the nearby tree line, getting a strange feeling. She focuses her eyes. She could have sworn she just saw something watching her from the tree line. John places a hand on her shoulder and she jumps. He puts his hands up and asks if she's okay. Charlie just tells John that she's been having trouble sleeping and that the house is creeping her out a little more than she expected. John nods and says that he understands. He offers to take her back to Cedar City, but she says that she actually wants to spend the night here with John. He blushes just a little and says that he's open for that. Looking down at his watch, John says it's getting close to lunchtime and offers to take Charlie to the diner for lunch and milkshakes. She asks if this is the second date, and John says that it's open to interpretation. Charlie agrees to lunch. As they sit and eat, Charlie asks John about those disappearances and break-ins and asks if he has any more info on them. John says that he's only seen what they talked about in the news and hasn't really been doing his own investigation of things. Charlie tells him that something isn't right about these events and says that she wants to meet up with Clay to talk about things. John seems concerned and asks if she's really okay. Charlie tells John that she just has a lot on her mind right now and is worried about the stuff she saw at the house. John agrees and says that they'll go talk to him after lunch. They finish up and head out to talk to Clay. Pulling up to the police station, they see Clay standing outside talking with someone else. John and Charlie get out, and as they walk over, the other person leaves. Clay sees them and asks how they're doing. He wasn't expecting a visit today. Charlie says that she's doing fine, but asks Clay about the disappearances, saying that she has a strange feeling about them. Clay's smile fades and he gets serious and tells her that that's police business and not hers. Charlie, determined, tells Clay that she's worried there's something out there that's causing this and that it's not just the storm. He asks what it could be, and John speaks up, saying that they don't know for sure, but there were signs of activity at Charlie's old house. It looked like something left the place, and with what happened last year at Freddy's, they don't want to leave anything up to chance. Confused, but understanding, Clay tells them that there have been 7 total missing people and 8 total break-ins, and that each person missing has had their home broken into. He also suspects foul play, but if they might know something to help the case, he's all for it. Charlie asks why the number of missing people and break-ins doesn't line up, and Clay says that the most recent break-in from a few days ago was interrupted by Officer Lee and Officer Baldwin. They reported the break-in, and as they approached the house, they reported a large bear fleeing the scene. Charlie turns to John, who turns to her. A large bear? Turning back to Clay, Charlie asks where the house is. They follow Clay to the house and see it's blocked off by police tape and barricades. Parking, John and Charlie get out, and Clay lets them into the scene and explains the full report. Officers Lee and Baldwin were on routine patrol when a call came in from a neighbor saying that there was a commotion coming from the house next to them. The officers arrived at the scene and ran up to the house. As they approached, Officer Lee reports to have seen a large bear flee out the side of the house through the bedroom window. Officer Baldwin searched the house and found the man's body, mangled and mauled, on the floor of his bedroom. Multiple footprints were observed in the mud and dirt outside the house, and large muddy footprints were found inside the house as well. The 3 take a look around, and Charlie sees the sets of footprints in the mud and recognizes them as animatronic almost immediately. She points this out to Clay and John and says that these ones outside are similar to the foot patterns of Freddy and the gang. Charlie then takes a closer look at another set of footprints, if you could even call them that. They appear to be roughly box-shaped with no discernible features. Clay remarks that they noticed all of this, but with Charlie and John's insights about the observations made at her old house, he can begin to rule more robot madness into the picture. John turns to Clay and asks about Freddy's. Clay tells him that the place was torn down a few months ago and that the robots and other parts inside were put into a police storage facility on the outskirts of town. Charlie asks about William's body, and Clay tells her that his body was sealed into the rabbit suit, and that they ended up boxing him up and burying him near the facility. Charlie breathes in relief, worried that Clay was going to say that the body wasn't found. With little else to do on the crime scene, they decide to leave, with John and Charlie heading over to his apartment, and Clay heading back to the police station. He says that he's going to do everything he can to figure out what's going on here, and says that they shouldn't worry or get involved with anything going on here. With it getting later in the day, Charlie and John decide to spend the rest of the day relaxing at his apartment. They get there, and Charlie asks if she can use the shower and freshen up a bit, seeing as they've been out and about at the old house and in the mud all day. John says to go right ahead, as he's going to work on dinner. She showers and changes into some sweatpants and a t-shirt. Walking back into the main living area, she sees John putting together a few grilled cheeses, and she smiles. She asks him if they are kids again, and John looks up at her and frowns. He asks what's wrong with the grilled cheese, and Charlie says that there's nothing wrong with it, it just makes her feel like a kid again. John smiles and hands her a plate with one of the grilled cheeses on it. He asks if she wouldn't mind keeping an eye on the other one, as he's going to jump in the shower too. She says she will, and he goes off to shower. As she takes care of the food, she looks over to the far wall and out the slider window. A feeling of unease falls over her, as she feels like she's being watched again. After a little bit, John comes back out of the shower, and she hands him his plate, and the two sit on the couch and turn on the TV. They enjoy the food and watch the TV for the rest of the night. It reaches 9 p.m., and John looks over to Charlie, seeing that she fell asleep. He grabs a spare pillow and some sheets and tucks her in. Charlie opens her eyes and finds herself back in the house again. The storm outside is even more intense, and the house shakes with every crash of thunder. Looking around, she doesn't see anything. Feeling the call drawing her in, she walks over to the stairs and begins to walk up them. She gets to the top and turns back to look at the bottom of the stairs. There's nothing down there. She enters her room and goes over to the fourth closet door. She reaches for the handle and grabs it. She goes to open it, and it opens. The door slowly creaks and reveals nothing but darkness inside. She then hears a kid's voice, the same one she's heard in many dreams before. "Come find me." She suddenly feels a hand on her shoulder and turns around to see the yellow rabbit standing behind her. He tells her that she's next and stabs her. Charlie sits up on the couch, breathing fast. She takes a second to look around, seeing the apartment around her. Reminding herself where she is, her breathing steadies out, and she starts to relax herself. She then hears tapping coming from the slider window. She slowly turns and sees a pair of glowing eyes staring at her. Her eyes widen, and she gets a better look. Looking in closer, she realizes that it's the yellow rabbit, or what's left of him. He lifts an arm and waves at her before pointing to the apartment door. Just then, a creak comes from the front door. Charlie turns and her heart sinks. A monstrous creature slowly opens the door before entering the room. It looks like a twisted version of Chica, with a large beak filled with sharp teeth, 2 different colored eyes, a torn party bib, and it's even holding a nightmarish version of the cupcake. Charlie slowly stands up and turns back to the slider door. The yellow rabbit is gone. She turns back around and sees that Chica has stopped moving and is just staring at her. The sound of metal on pavement gets louder and louder, and Charlie turns to look out the window. She sees a set of eyes rapidly getting closer. Jumping out of the way, the twisted version of Foxy comes crashing through the slider window. Charlie, on the ground, looks back over to Chica, who starts moving again and towards her. Suddenly, she feels arms get her up and drag her into John's room. He slams the door and looks over to Charlie, asking what on earth is happening. Panicked and breathing fast, Charlie just tells him, "Afton," right before they hear pounding on the door. John runs over to his window and opens it. He gets Charlie out first and follows behind her, telling her to get to his car. They run towards the parking lot, but Charlie stops when she hears music. It sounds like the music Freddy played back at the pizzeria. Just then, a huge set of teeth chomp out of the ground, and a twisted Freddy begins to emerge from the dirt right in front of her. John grabs her arm and leads her over to his car. Getting in, they pull out of the parking lot and turn onto the main street. Up ahead of them, Charlie sees Twisted Bonnie walking out onto the road, and he stands right in front of them. Charlie tells John to look out, and John speeds up, playing a game of chicken with the robot. John swipes the side of Twisted Bonnie with the car, sending him tumbling into the side of the road. The car skids and fishtails for a moment before John regains control of it. They drive off, but don't know where to go. Charlie then tells John that they need to go to the only person they trust and feel safe around in this town right now. They drive off to Clay's house. They pull up to Clay's house and get out of the car, heading up to the door. John rings the bell, and they stand there for a moment before the door opens. Clay asks what they're doing at his house at 1 a.m, and Charlie tells him that they were attacked. Clay's eyes widen, and he lets them in. Asking if they're hurt, he has them sit down in the living room. Sitting down there too, Clay asks both of them to explain the entire events of the night. Charlie says that when she woke up in the middle of the night, she looked out the window and saw the yellow rabbit, Afton, standing outside. A few seconds later, several nightmarish versions of the animatronics were attacking her and John. They managed to escape and fled here. John brings up that he did manage to hit Bonnie with his car. Clay narrows his eyes at them and says that Afton can't be out there. He's still buried at the police storage facility. John turns to Charlie and asks if she's certain that it was Afton. She looks over to John and tells him that she is certain. That's good enough for him, and he backs her story. Clay nods and tells them that he will look into everything first thing in the morning. For now, they are safe here and really should rest. Heading into one of the guest rooms, Clay hands each of them a pair of spare clothes and tells them that he will make sure they're safe here. John lets Charlie change first, and they swap once she's done. Wanting to stick together after the attack, they share the guest room, but John volunteers to take the floor. They get settled in, and Charlie, exhausted, dozes off to sleep. She opens her eyes and finds herself back in her old bed. Getting up, she looks around. The storm is gone, but there's nothing except darkness outside of the windows. She walks over to the fourth closet and opens it. It reveals the darkness yet again, but this time, there's a face. The face looks like a porcelain mask, with narrow eyes, dark tear streaks under them, and a wide smile. 2 arms emerge from the dark, being black with white stripes, and ending with 3 fingers. One of the hands holds a toy, similar in design to itself. Charlie stares at it, trying to remember what it is. She's seen it before. Suddenly, the hands rip the doll in two and reveal a set of keys inside. Charlie reaches for the keys, but the thing suddenly zips back into the dark and closes the door. She stands in front of it for a moment, and then starts to think to herself, doesn't the dream usually end after something like that? She hears a noise from behind her and turns around, expecting to see the yellow rabbit, but instead, she sees her father. Henry places a hand on her shoulder and points to the closet door with the other. He tells her that she needs to find it. Charlie wakes up to find John is already gone from the room. She heads down to the living room and sees Clay and John talking. Charlie sits down on the couch next to John, who gives her a smile. Clay talks to the two of them and says that John's car took a beating when he hit Bonnie with it, and while it could still drive, Clay would not recommend it. He says he's going to be driving the two back to Cedar City today, where they will be safe from all the madness here. With what happened last year, he doesn't want anything to happen to them again, even with their connections to Afton and Freddy's. They get ready to go, and they drive back to John's apartment first, grabbing a few things before heading out to Cedar City. The place was surprisingly intact, with only the slider window and the bedroom door being broken. They get to Cedar City, and Clay drops them off at Charlie's apartment. He wishes them well and says that he will keep them informed on any major updates with the events going on in Hurricane. With that, he drives off back to Hurricane. Walking into the apartment, Jessica greets them and asks about the house. Charlie and John are hesitant to tell Jessica that Afton is back, but Charlie caves and tells her that the old house is the least of their concerns right now. They were attacked last night by twisted versions of Freddy and the gang, as well as the yellow rabbit. Jessica's face grows stern, and she asks if they know anything else. John speaks up and says that they found a hidden bunker and where these new robots were buried, all being at the old house. Something is going down in Hurricane, and it has to do with that place. Charlie grows concerned with all the talk of her old house. What if something happens to the door? What if they get into the door? John turns to Charlie and asks if she remembers where the broken into house was that they visited. Charlie, snapping back to the here and now, looks over to John, then down at a map on the table in front of her. When did they bring a map out here? Looking down at it, she points to a house 2 blocks from John's apartment. She remembers it being there. Jessica goes through the newspaper headlines from the past few days, and she finds a few stories on break-ins in Hurricane. Together, they're able to pinpoint a few more of the houses. Looking at it, Charlie sees the pattern almost immediately. They were all on a complete straight line from her old house to John's apartment. John looks a little surprised, and he asks why Afton would target him first. Charlie points out that John did cause Afton to get spring-locked, so it seems logical that Afton would want him dead. John does a yikes face and says that he kind of forgot he caused that. Jessica looks over to Charlie and asks if Afton is really trapped in that old spring-lock suit. Charlie tells her that there isn't a way for him to remove it, and Jessica says that he must be some sort of a spring trap then. She puts on a smile, and John and Charlie just blankly stare at her. She stops and just looks back down at the map. Charlie starts to talk next and says that if Afton was targeting John, then he must know that they aren't in town anymore. He's most likely going to try to find a way to find them now. John brings up the idea of heading back to Hurricane to confront Afton with the aid of Clay and the police. Maybe they can take him down once and for all. Charlie, wanting to shift the topic away from Hurricane, looks at the time and sees that it's 1 o'clock. She asks anybody if they're down to go out to eat for lunch. Confused and concerned, Jessica and John awkwardly accept. Springtrap lurches towards the door and tries a series of codes on the keypad. It's no use. He doesn't have a way to get in. Though, he knows who does. He climbs back out of the bunker and begins to head towards the old house. His old house. He walks inside and heads straight up the stairs. He debates on which room to go into first, and then decides to head to his old bedroom. He opens the door and sees how Henry turned the place into his own room. Henry really did take everything from him. As Afton looks around, he spots something sitting on a desk. An old puppet doll, one from Fredbear's. Funny how Henry kept this thing around this whole time, seeing as the real one failed to save his son. Though, Afton notices something odd about the doll when he picks it up. There's a soft jingling, like keys, coming from inside of it. The three walk downtown and stop by a local diner to grab some food. Once sitting down, John asks Charlie if everything's okay. She's almost never wanted to go out to places, and she's been acting odd these past few days. Charlie looks over to John and tells him that everything that has happened over these past few days has really just gotten to her, and that she just needs a break from things for a while. John and Jessica support her, and John reminds her that he and all of her friends are here to support her when she needs them. Charlie smiles at both John and Jessica, and they continue to eat. After they get done, the three continue to walk around town for a bit, and Jessica even insists that Charlie and John get a photo together, and so they get one. Jessica says that she'll get it printed for them, and John smiles over at Charlie, who half smiles back. Charlie looks over to a nearby building and does a double take. She could have sworn she had seen that strange thing from her dreams around the side of that building. They finish up their day and get back to Charlie's apartment. When they get back, John says that he wants to talk to Charlie and Jessica wants to join in too. The two confront her on her behavior and her actions, wondering why she seems so obsessed with Hurricane one minute and by the next she wants absolutely nothing to do with it. Charlie finally caves and tells the two everything. The dreams, the door, Sammy, Afton, the weird thing inside the door. She tells them that for whatever reason, she feels something calling to her, like Freddy's did a year ago. There's something inside that closet that is calling out to her, and she thinks it could be Sammy. John, confused, asks how she thinks it could be Sammy, and Charlie says that she doesn't know, but the voice talking to her in her dreams, and that thing in her dreams, she's seen them before, back at Fredbear's, with her brother. She knows it's him. Jessica speaks up and tells her that it can't be him because Sammy died. Charlie told her that. Charlie frowns and fights back, saying that she knows and trusts her own feelings. She'll figure this out without them. She gets up and leaves and heads into her room. Falling onto her bed in tears, Charlie cries herself to sleep. Charlie opens her eyes, though something is different. She isn't in her house anymore, and instead, she finds herself in the weird bunker under the workshop. It too is a little different, and is more cleaned up than when her and John had found it. She looks around, and sees a set of blueprints on a table nearby. Walking up to it, she looks down and sees a strange-looking animatronic with a set of words next to it. It reads, Enhanced Neurological Networking Assimilation and Reconstruction Device. The first letter of each word is highlighted, and it spells out, Ennard? Just then, Charlie hears screaming coming from the other side of the door on the far side of the room. She runs over and is able to tell that the screaming is coming from two separate people, and they sound like kids. She begins to try and open the door and try to save them. She works at the keypad, typing in birthdays and random numbers, but then gets the urge to try her birthday. The door opens, and as Charlie looks inside, the screaming stops, and the room beyond the door goes dark and quiet. That's when she hears a familiar voice coming from behind her. He says thank you, and Charlie turns to see William, dressed in his security uniform from when he was Dave. He walks past her and into the room. Then, from out of the darkness, she sees a young boy walk up to her. He looks up, tears streaming down his face. Just as Charlie is about to talk to him, her alarm goes off and she wakes up. She knows what Afton is really after. Charlie begins to pack up things she'll need for a trip back to Hurricane. It's early in the morning, and she begins to sneak out of the apartment, wanting to leave before John and Jessica could wake up and stop her. She doesn't want anything bad to happen to them. She makes it out to her car and is just about to get in when she feels a hand on her shoulder. Charlie jumps and turns around to see John standing behind her. Jessica is standing there too, and before Charlie can speak, telling them that she has to go back to the house, John tells her that he'll drive. Charlie is left a little confused and goes to sit in the front seat. They head out and begin to drive to Hurricane. Charlie asks if they're okay, and John speaks up, saying that they realize how important these recent events have been to Charlie and feel that they need to help her see things through to the end. If that means going back to Hurricane and trying to get into that door, then they'll do it. As they drive, Charlie informs them about her most recent dream and how she thinks that Afton is actually looking for her and that he needs her to get into that door in the bunker. John questions why she would go back to Hurricane if he's looking for her, and she explains that Afton can't hurt her or risk not being able to open that door. That's why she was going to go alone, but that plan already went out the window. As they get closer to town, the sky gets darker and the rain begins to pick up. Seems like a new storm is coming. They pull up to the house, and the storm is now in full swing. The heavy rain and fast winds is making it hard to see anything. The trio can tell that what's left of the workshop is gone, and the bunker below has now been fully exposed, with the floor caving in. They head over to the house and make their way inside. It's not much better, as the house is shaking with every crash of thunder, but it's a respite from the rain. Charlie and the others immediately head upstairs into the fourth closet door, but it's locked. She remembers her dream and the puppet plush with the keys inside. She begins to look around the room and tells John and Jessica to look around the house for the plushie. As John heads out into the hallway, he stops, freezing in place. Standing at the end of the hall is Twisted Foxy, just staring at him. John hears a creak and looks at the stairs. Twisted Chica is walking up the stairs and towards him. He looks back up at Foxy, then quickly turns and slams the door before jumping off to the side and yelling for Jessica and Charlie to move. They panic and jump, just as Foxy comes crashing through the door and tumbling into the room. Charlie is stuck on one side of the room, and Jessica and John are on the other, and are able to get to the door. Charlie tells them to run as Foxy gets up and begins to walk towards Charlie. John and Jessica head to the door, only to find that Chica is now at the top of the stairs and heading towards the doorway. Bonnie is also right behind her now too. They back up slowly into the room, and Foxy squares up with Charlie, getting ready to jump at her. With only a moment to think, Charlie stands in front of the window, and as Foxy jumps at her, she ducks and rolls out of the way, causing Foxy to go crashing through the window and slamming into the ground outside, head first. Charlie looks and sees that Foxy's head has been broken off of his body, and he's just laying there limp. She looks back over to the doorway, and sees that Chica and Bonnie are now cornering Jessica and John. Charlie looks around for something to use, and then remembers Ella. She opens her first closet and grabs the old robot. It's heavy, but with all of her strength, Charlie throws Ella at Bonnie, hitting him square in the head. Bonnie stumbles over, and Chica looks over at Charlie. Chica is now walking over to her, as Bonnie tries to stand back up. Charlie tells the two to go, and John and Jessica run out of the room. Charlie is able to sidestep Chica, who is pretty slow, and make it out of the room as well. Aside from Foxy, it doesn't really seem like the other robots were trying to kill them. The three run out of the house, and that's when they hear music. Even over all the rain, they can still hear Freddy's music box. They look around, and that's when Charlie notices the mud under John's feet beginning to shift. Charlie jumps at John, knocking him over right as Freddy's mouth clamps around where John's feet were, narrowly missing them. Freddy then begins to emerge from the ground as Bonnie and Chica make their way out of the house as well. John looks over and notices how much water is pouring into the bunker, and he gets an idea. He tells Jessica and Charlie to follow him, and he gets up and runs over to the bunker. The two follow, and all three of them jump down into the bunker. John heads over to a panel on the wall with the breaker box behind it and opens it. With how much water is getting in here, he hopes to fry the animatronics all at once. As he works to get some power back and loosen a wire, the remaining trio of twisted animatronics arrive and jump down into the bunker as well. More and more water is rushing in, and the area is beginning to fill up more and more. As the robots begin to approach Charlie and Jessica, the two are able to sidestep them and get over to the access ladder. John tells them to get out of there just as he's able to free a wire. He then begins to leave and is able to work his way around the animatronics as well, seeing as they're a lot slower in the water. Just as John gets to the ladder and begins to climb, the water level reaches the loose wire and electrifies the entire pool. With the broken state of the animatronics, their bare endoskeletons were in contact with the water, causing all three robots to fry, defeating them. The breaker box then shoots out sparks and explodes and cuts power to the entire place. John, Jessica, and Charlie head back to their car, ready to talk to Clay about this and get the police down here. But Charlie begins to hear the call again. Come find me. It's still there, and she needs to find Sammy. She begins to head back to the house, and John follows her. She reaches the door, and another crash of thunder shakes the entire house with a lot of force, causing some windows to break and part of the wall to collapse. Charlie hesitates just long enough for John to reach her. He tells her that whatever is in there, even if it's Sammy, isn't worth her risking her life over it. The storm is dangerous, and Afton is still out there. They can figure out what to do later, but right now, they need to get out of here. Charlie turns to John and tells him that she needs to find Sammy, no matter what. She begins to open the door, and John grabs her on the shoulder. He tells her that he loves her, and that he loves her too much to let her die in there. Charlie turns to him, but doesn't say a word. She turns back around and enters the house, quietly telling John that she's sorry. Charlie enters the house and freezes. Standing right in front of her is the yellow rabbit, Afton. He stands there, not saying anything. Charlie tells him that she isn't going to give him the code to the door, and Afton, silently, unclips a set of keys from the waist of the suit. He holds them out and asks if she'll give him the code now. Charlie sees the keys and reaches out for them. Afton pulls them back and tells her that he needs the code first, then she can have the keys. Charlie thinks for a moment and tells Afton that she will give him the code if he promises not to hurt her friends. Afton holds the keys back out and asks if they have a deal. Charlie sighs and tells Afton that the code is her birthday. He tosses her the keys and tells her thank you. He walks past her, and Charlie looks at the keys in her hand. That's when she feels a sharp pain near her stomach and looks down to see the end of a knife sticking through her. Afton pulls the knife back out and turns and leaves. Charlie falls to the floor and looks up at the stairs. She starts to drag herself up the stairs into the fourth closet door. She gets up there and unlocks it, finding a box inside. Unlocking the box, she opens it and Sammy rises out of it. She smiles at him, telling Sammy that she knew it was him in there. He smiles down at her and goes to pick her up. He tells her that it's time to go, and Charlie closes her eyes, fading into the dark. Springtrap runs out of the house and right past John and Jessica, who are taken aback by seeing him just ignore them. They see him run over to the basement and jump down into the pit. John looks back over to the house as it continues to collapse. Jessica urges him to get to the car, and just as he's getting ready to run into the house and get Charlie, the whole structure comes crashing down. John stumbles back a bit, falling to the ground. He gets back up to his feet, and when he looks over at what remains of the house, he sees a strange, long-limbed suit or creature of some kind floating above the ground. It looks at him, and that's when John notices that it's carrying Charlie. It turns away and floats off into the rainy night. A few days have passed, and the stormy weather seems to have finally passed on. While much of the town has suffered minor damage, it hasn't taken long for things to get back to a normal sense of life. John meets up with the rest of the group at the diner. Marla and Jason had gotten to town yesterday, while Lamar and Carlton had flown in earlier in the day. Everyone's decided that they want to meet up and discuss what happened. John describes the events, but can't tell if what he had seen was something he was making up in his head, or if it actually happened. As everyone is talking, they see a car pull up, and Charlie gets out and walks into the diner. Everyone is overjoyed to see her, especially John. Charlie walks in, looking as good and healthy as ever. Everyone runs up and gives her a hug, and are super excited to see her, and she makes her way through each friend before getting to John. John asks what happened, and Charlie says that the house had collapsed, but she was lucky enough to be in a space that survived the fall. Thankfully, her aunt had been worried about her and had driven up to check on her. She had found Charlie still in the broken house and brought her home for a few days before allowing her to drive back here to see everyone. Charlie looks straight into John's eyes and then goes in for a hug. Charlie says that she's super happy to see John, and John says that it's very good to see her too, calling her Charlotte like he always does. They let go, and she seems confused as to why John had called her Charlotte. She always goes by Charlie, no matter what. The rest of the friend group rush in and have her sit down so she can talk about everything. John just stands there, confused. He always calls her that. She knows that. She came up with that rule. He looks over at her. As he looks, there's just something wrong about this. She isn't Charlie. The fourth closet. Charlie shoots up in bed, panicking. The last thing she remembers is being back in the old house, but she's not there anymore. She takes a second to look around the room, and that's when she sees it. The marionette. It's slumped in a chair next to the bed that she's laying on. Charlie scrambles up and rushes towards the door, and she makes it out into the hallway, but she doesn't know where to go. She doesn't even know where she is. In the hallway, both ends of it seem to stretch out into infinity, and everything's hazy, everything's foggy. It's almost like she's in a dream, and she doesn't know where to go. She can't figure out where she's gonna go to. Everything's super crazy, and that's when she feels a hand on her shoulder. She turns around, and the marionette is towering over her, and Charlie fades back into the darkness. John pulls up to his apartment and heads inside. He tosses his keys and bags over on the counter and heads into his room, collapsing on his bed. He looks over to his nightstand and he reaches for a framed picture. It's of him and Charlie, and when they had spent time together in Cedar City after Afton's attack. Jessica had wanted them to get a picture together, and so they had posed for one. It was hard to believe that was almost a year ago. John felt his eyes watering up and put the picture back down on the stand. He stared up at the ceiling, thinking about everything going on and thinking about his friends. He hadn't seen or talked to them in months. Everybody just believed that she was the real Charlie, but how can they not see it? Apparently, everybody's heading back into town, and Jessica reached out, saying that he should join them. Despite everything, at least Jessica seems to still care. John shook his head, trying not to think about his friends. He got back up and got ready for the night. After, getting ready, showering, all that kind of stuff, he starts up what would be considered his second job, or his hobby, which is trying to figure out where Afton is and figuring out all the remaining mysteries that are happening here in Hurricane. There's still people going missing, which John thinks has some sort of connection to Afton. He's also trying to figure out where and what happened to his Charlie, the real Charlie, and who this fake impersonator is pretending to be Charlie. John looks down at the table and looks at the different news articles that he has that talk about the 5 people that have gone missing over the past year. It all just seems so random. Just a 45-year-old man, a 23-year-old woman, a 66-year-old man, a 58-year-old woman, and most recently, a 12-year-old boy. None of these people have any connections, and there's nothing in common between them. They just seem to be random. But why? Why is Afton picking these people at random? John sits there trying to think of some sort of connection, trying to put some of these pieces together, but he just can't. It's too late, and he's too tired, so instead of trying to stay up figuring this out, he just gets ready for bed. He heads in, gets on his bed, and goes to turn off the lamp, and that's when he sees the picture again. John turns the light off and begins to cry. Despite his best efforts, the old bunker was still in a state of disrepair. He had tried what he could and was able to restore parts of it, but most of the place had been worn down by the passage of time. It didn't matter though. The only thing that mattered was this experiment. It needed to work at all costs. Well, he had thought that this new body would grant him newfound strength. that strength was fading fast, and it would only be a matter of time until he ended up like those discarded and forgotten robots. He stumbled over to the operating table and stared down at the body. The old, shriveled man laid there cold. If he didn't work quickly, he was just going to end up like that, a cold corpse. He looked over at the surgical mirror in the cart next to him. Staring back was the decaying mask of his yellow rabbit. How far things had fallen. Afton yelled out for them to come over here and begin the procedure. While Afton was still able to move around, it was very difficult for him to use any of the equipment with his shaky, large animatronic hands. He called out again, and after this command, a small, young boy emerged from the darkness, wearing a dark shirt with stripes and holding a Fredbear plush. The boy walked over to Afton. John wakes up feeling terrible, having hardly gotten any sleep. He gets up and gets ready for work. As he's getting ready, he sees that he has a message on his answering machine on his home phone. He plays it, and it's a message from Jessica, reminding him that the whole friend group is meeting up at the diner later today, and that she would like it if John would be there. And also brings up how a certain Charlie would like him to be there too. The message ends, and John grabs the rest of his stuff and leaves for work. He pulls up to the construction site and sees his boss just standing in the parking lot waiting for him. John parks and gets out and walks over to his boss, who immediately starts explaining how this is the 4th time in the past week that he has been late to work. While John tries to explain what he's been going through and everything going on in his life, it doesn't really matter. John gets fired and is told that he will be receiving his last paycheck in the mail sometime next week. Everybody else gets back to work, and John is forced to drive off. Now that he was out of a job, he had more time to put towards his investigation. After having just gotten home, John goes straight into his work, trying to remember all of the events that had happened on the night Charlie was taken. Though it was difficult, John was able to put the pieces together and began to realize that he had remembered some things from that night. Though he wasn't really able to remember much about what happened to Charlie, it was too rainy, and while he had thought he had seen some figure carrying Charlie away, Jessica had said that she hadn't seen anything, and so now John questioned whether or not that was actually true. But what he does remember is Afton running over and jumping down into the bunker. John didn't know what was down there, or if Afton was even still there, but if he was going to go there, he didn't want to go alone. And that's when he remembered that everybody's meeting up at the diner, and maybe he could convince Jessica to go with him and do a little bit of investigating. She seemed to always like doing that kind of stuff. John looks over at the time and decides to get ready to go. He changes into something nicer and he drives off to the diner. John pulls into the parking lot and notices that almost everybody was already there. He could see them through the window, laughing and smiling like everything was okay, like he was okay. John recollects himself and walks into the diner. Everybody looks up and most of them wave over to John. Jessica is the only one to get up and go over to him, going over and giving him a hug, as she is very happy that he actually decided to show up, saying that they all missed having him around. John walks over to one of the 2 booths where the group was sitting and saw that everyone is there except for Charlie. Jessica still lived up in Cedar City, so it wasn't too terrible of a drive for her. Carlton moved back with his dad for the summer, meaning that he too lived close. Marla and Lamar had actually started going to the same college and were even officially dating. Marla had also brought Jason along, as he had wanted to see everybody again. Jason looked over at John and said hi, smiling and giving him a huge wave, and Marla just rolls her eyes. John sits down at one of the booths and doesn't really do anything. Aside from Jessica and Jason, it really didn't seem like anybody else wanted him there. John pushed back those thoughts, trying to be a part of the group. That's when the doors to the diner open, and John looks up to see Charlie walking in. She looked almost the exact same she had almost a year ago, the last time that he had ever talked to her. Everyone else got up and ran over to greet her, with John staying back in his seat. While the group was laughing and chatting and having a good time, Jason came over and sat next to him. John was a bit confused and asked if everything was okay. Jason looked over and said that he just wanted to make sure John was doing okay. He noticed how everybody else was acting when he showed up versus how Charlie showed up now, and just wanted to make sure that John didn't feel left out. John puts on a smile and says that he's a little surprised with how grown up Jason is acting, despite him being 13. Jason smiled and looked back over to the friend group and at Charlie. He turns back to John and signals for John to lean in close. John leans over, and Jason said that he also thinks that Charlie isn't the real Charlie. John is taken aback a bit and looks a little shocked. He asks why, and Jason says that he could just tell based on how she's been acting. This Charlie acts like how everybody else wants her to be versus how the real Charlie would be acting. If this was the real Charlie, she would have been over here by now trying to talk to John. John never really thought about it that way before, and kind of looking at the situation now, he can really see that she doesn't act anything like the other Charlie did. The more John thought about it, the more certain he was becoming that he was right. Eventually, the rest of the group comes back over, and Charlie looks over at John. She tries to give him a smile, but John just kind of blankly stares back. She sits down across from him and looks over at Jason, and for the briefest of seconds, Jason and John notice a small twitch in her eye and see something shifting, something that's not quite human, something mechanical. They both have to hold back their reactions as Charlie quickly recollects herself and says hi to Jason. She begins talking to him, and Jason does his best to answer back without really letting on what he knows. After a little bit, Charlie stops talking to Jason and almost robotically switches over to start talking to John. As she talks to him, she tries to ask how he's doing and just sort of asks him life questions, and John answers back in simple responses with stuff like, good, I'm okay, everything's just the same old thing, there's nothing really new, basically how I would respond to these questions. Anyway, Carlton spoke up, getting on John about how distant and rude he's been acting to all of them, especially with these responses. This is Charlie that we're talking about, and he's answering very blandly. Carlton continues and talks about how he shows up after months of not talking to anybody and now acts like he doesn't even want to be here. John pushes back, asking where they had been during that time as well. And sure, he hadn't really reached out all that much, but it's not like they reached out to him. Lamar joins in, saying that John is acting crazy, talking about how Charlie isn't the real Charlie and how Afton is still out there. John points out accurately how Afton is still out there and how he's probably behind these people who are going missing. Carlton throws his hands in the air and lays into John about how often he's been pestering Clay for information about it when there's nothing pointing anywhere near Afton. John scoffs at Carlton, saying that he's really not that bright if he can't put two and two together. Carlton and John get up, getting ready to square up with each other, and Jessica goes over to calm Carlton down. John just gets ready to go and walks over to the door, getting ready to leave. As he gets to the door, he turns around and looks back at the group one last time. Carlton says that John's been a horrible friend to all of them with how he's been acting, and Lamar joins in on that. John looks at each of them with a hint of tears beginning to swell in his eyes. He speaks up with his voice almost breaking, saying how he needed them and they just abandoned him. Some friends they were. He turns and walks out the door and back to his car. As he goes to drive away, he looks back to the diner and sees Charlie staring at him from the window with an eerie, kind of unsettling smile. And John drives off. Jessica turns to Carlton, hitting him on the shoulder, asking him what the hell all that was for. John finally decided to meet up with them again, and they all treated him like he was some kind of a villain. She says she's going after him, and she walks out of the diner. The rest of the group begins talking about John, saying how he's insane and that he's just acting crazy, and it's probably for the best that they don't talk to him again. Charlie is also in on all the John insults, just going into town on him. As everyone keeps trashing John, Jason finally speaks up, yelling at everybody to just shut the heck up. They all look over at him, and Marla tells Jason to calm down. Jason gets even more mad, getting on how everybody was so rude to John just because he was actually there. Jason storms out of the diner, and Marla goes to stop him, but Jason, having, grown a bit in the 2 years, has a bit of a height difference on her now, and basically just stands and towers over her, and she moves out of his way, and he leaves the diner. Carlton, Lamar, and Marla all sit there silent. Charlie says, "Well, that was some night, huh?" John pulls up to his apartment and goes back inside. He heads straight over to his bed, falling on it. He looks up at the picture of him and Charlie and throws it across the room. Now he's just crying, and he opens the drawer to his nightstand. He stares down at the gun that lays there. But before he can do anything else, he hears knocking on his door. He wipes away the tears and walks over to his door, opening it. Outside, he sees Jessica, and she asks if she can come in. John invites her in, and the two sit on the couch. They just talk, and John finally opens up about everything that's been going on, and how he's the only one to actually seem to care about what happened to Charlie. Jessica comforts him, but reassures him that Charlie is real. John asks how she actually knows that, and Jessica just explains that this Charlie seems to act and, like and remember all the stuff that the old Charlie did. John tells her that this Charlie doesn't remember everything because they always had a thing where he would call her Charlotte, and whenever he tries to do that, this Charlie seems to not remember that ever being a thing. She also doesn't remember those crazy dreams she had about a year ago, and she doesn't remember John telling her that he loved her. Jessica tries to reassure him, but he just tells her to go. Jessica goes to leave and tells John that she's here if he ever needs somebody to talk to. She leaves, and John goes back to bed. Jessica gets back in her car and begins to drive on back to the diner. She feels bad for John. He's been through a lot. And sure, he's not been the most supportive recently, but Carlton and Lamar had no right getting that angry at him. She'll be sure to talk to Carlton about that when she gets back. As she pulls into the diner, she sees that the group is still there, but Jason is sitting outside on the curb on a side of the building away from the windows. Jessica parks and she gets out and walks up to him. She asks why he's sitting out here, and Jason simply replies that he agrees with everything John was saying and that Charlie isn't who she claims to be. He saw something in her eyes that just wasn't quite right. Jessica stops for a second and thinks that, while Jason is just a kid, the fact that he saw something too, it doesn't exactly mean anything, but it starts to build some suspicion that maybe something's not quite right here, and that maybe John isn't as crazy as he claims to be. She tells Jason to just take a few minutes out here, but he should come back in as it's getting dark out. Jessica goes back in the diner and sits across from Charlie. Lamar speaks up first, telling Jessica that he does actually feel bad about what he said to John and hopes that he's genuinely okay. Marla doesn't say anything, and Carlton says that they should have been harsher on John, and Jessica kind of pushes back on that, saying how friends are supposed to support each other, and while John hasn't always been the best at that, it's not like Carlton's ever reached out either. The two argue for a minute, and Jessica ends it off with another "some friend you are," and the group goes silent. Jessica looks over to Charlie and asks if she has a place that she's staying tonight. Jessica's trying to kind of move the conversation on. Charlie looks over at Jessica, and for the briefest second, Jessica sees something in Charlie's eyes. It's not quite human, it's something mechanical, and her eyes seem to shift colors just for a brief second. Charlie then replies that she's staying at one of the motels and that she'll be fine. With that said, she tells the group that she's gonna go leave and wishes them all a good night. Charlie walks out and the group sit there in silence. Lamar and Marla say that they're gonna head out too, and they get up and leave. And now it is just Carlton and Jessica sitting there. Carlton asks if she still wants to stay over at his place tonight, and obviously she refuses. She thought she knew who he was, but apparently he doesn't really care about other people if he's gonna act like that. Even after having lost Michael, he still didn't treat John with any sympathy. Just as Jessica gets up, Marla runs back into the diner, saying that Jason is gone. Jessica and Carlton walk over, and Carlton asks if maybe he just went for a walk after the argument. Jessica says that she saw him sitting up at the curb, and that was only a couple minutes ago. The four go back outside and look around. Marla says they could talk to Charlie since she left before they did, and Jessica then freezes for a second and begins to get an idea in her head. Maybe John and Jason were actually right about Charlie. She left only a minute before they did, and it could have been enough time for her to take Jason. She had to get answers. She tells Marla to stay calm and that she's gonna go try to find Charlie to talk to her. Carlton offers to go with, but Jessica just simply ignores him. She hops in her car and drives off. Charlie wakes up again, finding herself in the same bed as before. She immediately looks over and sees the puppet sitting on a chair next to her bed. This time, she slowly gets up and heads to the door. Opening it, she's met with the same endless hallways as before. Is this some kind of a dream, some kind of a nightmare? That's when she hears a voice from behind her, saying her name. She turns around and sees that the puppet is standing up now, staring at her. Charlie slams the door behind her and begins to try and run down the hall. It doesn't seem like she's moving far, and that's when she hears her name again. She looks back and sees the puppets right behind her, standing there. It says her name again and asks if she's okay. Charlie stops, feeling kind of wobbly on her feet. In that voice, it sounds familiar to her, like one she hasn't heard in a long time. She takes a second look and sees that the puppet isn't trying to catch her or chase her, but it's just kind of standing there, almost a little awkwardly. It's just holding its hands together down in front of it and just swaying from side to side. It asks again, and that's when it clicks. The voice is Sammy's voice. Charlie asks if that's Sammy, and the puppet nods his head, saying yes. That's when she hears another voice, her aunt's voice. She looks over and sees Aunt Jen standing there, asking if she's okay. Charlie feels herself going light and fades out. She wakes up a little while later, finding herself sitting on a couch by a fireplace. Across from her is Aunt Jen, and sitting next to her on the couch is Sammy. Charlie collects herself and asks what's going on. Aunt Jen explains that Sammy brought her here after the house collapsed, since he didn't know where else to go. She goes on to explain that Charlie's been here for almost a year and occasionally fades in and out of consciousness, but this is now the second time she's been fully awake, not counting the couple minutes that she was out. Charlie looks over at Sammy and asks what he is and if he's actually Sammy. Aunt Jen speaks up again, saying how Sammy was lost on that fateful day, but something new was created. Somehow, the puppet was able to find Sammy outside, and as he was fading away, it wrapped itself around him. Despite Sammy's life being lost to his body, his spirit was somehow moved to the vessel. Sammy waves his wiggly arms around and starts laughing a little bit, and Charlie stops and thinks for a second, pondering all this. While seemingly an outlandish idea, it's really no different than Afton still being alive. Still, she didn't fully understand. If you're still here, then what happened afterwards and what happened to Mom? Why were you in a box? And Charlie continues to ask more and more questions. Sammy takes his turn talking, saying that for a little while he was out and about, just not when Charlie was around. Henry didn't want her to see Sammy yet until he thought it was a good time, and as for the box, Henry had rushed home one day and said that he had to be put away for his own safety. Sammy hid in the box and was stuck there until Charlie saved him. As for their mom, Sammy turns his head away. Aunt Jen joins in, saying that Henry was ecstatic that Sammy was alive again, whereas their mom wasn't. She was mortified at what Sammy had become, and at this news had taken her own life. Charlie had figured most of that part out on her own a while back, but something about it being confirmed kind of put her mind at ease. They do some more talking, and Charlie quickly jumps in, talking about how she needs to get back to her friends and needs to go back to stop Afton. William was still out there, and he could be after John right now, or Jessica, or anybody. And Charlie starts freaking out about this stuff. She tells Aunt Jen that she wants to go back to Hurricane, but Aunt Jen refuses. She reminds Charlie about what happened last time she was face to face with Afton, and Charlie looks down, lifts up part of her shirt, and sees the stab scar mark that Afton had left. Still, she couldn't leave things like this. After some more time arguing, Aunt Jen tells Charlie that she won't be going anywhere and that she should go get some sleep. Charlie storms off back to the room she was staying in and goes and lays on the bed. She starts trying to come up with some sort of plan to get out of there and go back to Hurricane and get back to John. Just then, there's a soft knock on her door. She tells them to enter, and Sammy walks in, asking what she's planning on doing and if she's just gonna leave him again. Charlie reassures Sammy that she won't ever leave him again, but she needs to get back to Hurricane to help her friends. Sammy looks at her, and despite the static face on the mask, it almost seems like he's got a mischievous grin. She asks him what he's planning on doing, and Sammy says that he may know of a way to get her back to Hurricane relatively quickly. He goes over and opens the window and proceeds to float out the window, flying in the air. Yes, the puppet can fly, just look at the minigames. Charlie is taken a little bit aback by this, asking how he can fly. Sammy doesn't really know, but just says that it's something that the puppet suit can do. He tells her that he'll fly her back to Hurricane, and it'll be way quicker than having to drive or even, walk there. Not really having any other good options, Charlie agrees, and Sammy scoops her up, holding her and beginning to fly off into the night. Hopefully it won't take too long, as she has a bad feeling that something really awful is going to happen in Hurricane. John sits alone in his apartment, unable to sleep. He's never felt more alone in his life. Even after his parents left town as soon as he turned 18, he still had some connections. But now he has nothing. No job, no friends, and no Charlie. He looks over at the smashed picture on the floor. It was all his fault. He should have done more to save her. He should have gone in after her. He should have done something. Maybe he wouldn't have lost her too. He gets up out of bed and walks over to the nightstand. He opens the drawer and he takes the gun out. He stares at it. At this point, would anyone even care? He thinks about it, and just before he can do anything, he hears knocking on his door. He puts it back down and goes over to the front door. He looks through the little peephole and sees Charlie standing outside. John opens the door and he just stares at her, looking her in the eyes. They seem normal. Charlie looks nervous or even scared and begins to start to cry, apologizing for abandoning him on that day. She probably should have listened to him, and she's so sorry that she never said anything back to him. As she's talking,
John's face goes from a blank stare to a bright smile, and Charlie sees tears forming in his eyes too. Before she can continue, John goes forward and just gives her a huge hug. The two embrace for a moment and then let go. Charlie, through tears, asks if John is mad at her, and he says no. He loves her too much to be mad, and he's just happy to see that she's here. The two stare for a moment, and they lean closer. They finally kiss! After a moment, they move back and just stare. John asks if she wants to come in, and she does, but she tells him that she's not alone. Out from around the corner, Sammy leans down and looks over at John, and just waves. John stands there, frozen, just staring. Charlie says that she'll explain later, but that they really need to get in here before somebody sees Sammy. He lets them in and closes the door. Jessica pulls up to the old house and sees Charlie's car parked there. She thought that Charlie might have come here. She gets out of the car and walks over to Charlie's, looking inside with a flashlight. No sign of Jason. Jessica looks around, trying to figure out where Charlie would have gone. That's when she sees where the old workshop was. The building itself was still destroyed, but where the open pit had been is now a new floor. Someone must have built this after that night. Jessica walks over and sees an access hatch in the floor. She opens it and sees that the room below is lit up. She uses the ladder and climbs down into the room. Looking around, she really doesn't see much. The room looks almost the exact same, although there aren't any twisted robot bodies lying around. Someone must have moved them. Jessica looks over to the door in the corner of the room. It's closed and still has the keypad next to it. She walks over and tries a few codes. She stops and thinks for just a moment. Charlie knew the code, so it had to be something connected to her. Jessica tries Charlie's birthday. The DORE, the door, opens and Jessica walks inside. As she walks into the hallway, the door behind her closes. Hopefully, nobody heard her come in. She looks around, trying to take in her surroundings. The hallway she's in is in a T shape with a path leading in front of her and two other paths, one to her left and one to her right. She can tell the place has seen better days. While there are overhead lights, the place is severely broken down. Missing or broken lights, dust and cobwebs, wires and pipes coming out of the ceiling and walls. Jessica looks around again and decides to head to the right. The hallway is a shorter one and ends at a door. This one doesn't have a code lock, so she opens it and looks inside. It's dark and there's no lighting in the room. As she moves the flashlight around, she stops on a strange shape. It's hard to make out what it is, but as she kept staring, she began to see familiar things. An animatronic arm and hand, several endo eyes connected to long cords, and the thing seemed to be covered in wires. And it didn't have any legs. Jessica looked at where the thing's head would be, but it did not have one. Whatever this thing was, it seemed like an amalgamation of some kind. Jessica closed the door and proceeded to walk back to the entrance area. And that's when she heard voices. They were faint, but seemed to be coming down from the main hall. Jessica moved closer and began to make her way down the hallway. As she walked, the voices grew louder, but she still could not make out what they were saying. She made her way to the door at the end of the hall and slowly opened it. Just a crack. She peered inside, and it was hard to get a good look at anything, but what she could see startled her. In the middle of the room seemed to be some kind of an operating table with a person or body on it. Standing next to it was Springtrap himself. His suit had broken down even more, and his left endo arm had been fully exposed, with the yellow suit having completely broken off. As Jessica was looking in the room, she heard a woman's voice and saw somebody walk up to the other side of the table. She was a younger woman, maybe 19, 20. She had reddish blonde hair and wore a salmon pink shirt vest with jeans and had bright green eyes. The woman starts talking to Afton, telling him that they need more time to ensure things are done right. And Afton argues back, saying that his body is deteriorating faster and faster as the months go on. He then remarks that they should go and take more of her friends, as it would be nice for Afton to be reunited with them. The woman says that she knows just the one and that he should be all alone tonight. Jessica knows exactly who the woman is referring to and proceeds to make her way back out of the bunker. She has to get to John before Afton or this lady does. John and Charlie sit next to each other on his couch, with her leaning up against him and they're sharing a blanket. Sammy sits in a chair next to them, cuddled up with his own blanket. They sit there, quiet, contemplating things. John shakes his head and he just can't believe it. Charlie and Sammy look over at him, consoling him. John turns the TV off. The season 3 finale of Friends just ended. Charlie sits up as John gets up off the couch and stretches. It's probably time to head to bed as it's been a long day for everybody. John asks Charlie if she's comfortable on the couch, and she actually asks if John wouldn't mind sharing the bed with her. John is a little shocked, blushes or whatever, but he's like, if that's fine with you. And Charlie blushes back and smiles and whatever. Sammy makes some sort of comedic remark about them, and Charlie heads into the bathroom to get ready for bed. And John turns to Sammy and asks if he wants to sleep on the couch or if he even sleeps. Just then, some loud knocking comes from the front door, startling John and Sammy. John walks over the door and looks through the hole to see Jessica standing outside. John opens the door and Jessica just walks right in, saying that John was right about Afton still scheming and such, and freezes mid-sentence as she sees Sammy, the puppet, just standing in the middle of the room. He just gives a little wave and Jessica does a little heel slow turn back to John. He just shrugs and says it's a long story, but that's Sammy, Charlie's twin brother. Jessica then looks even more shocked and confused and asks about Charlie. Just then, she walks out of the bathroom and does the Metro Man freeze mid-walk, looking at Jessica just standing there. She waves and Jessica runs over and gives her a huge hug. She then lets go and stares into Charlie's eyes. I imagine she's holding her head, just staring into her eyes. Charlie just kind of stares back and is like, what's going on? And John asks what Jessica is doing. That's when she stops and goes back to her long rant about Afton, saying how he's still out there and is actually using that old bunker as his hideout. He's conducting some sort of an experiment and seems to have help of some kind. She talks about the mysterious woman, describing her and asking John if he's ever seen somebody like that. John says he hasn't, and Charlie seconds that, but Sammy pipes in, saying that she kind of reminds him of Elizabeth. The trio look over at him confused, and Sammy starts talking about how Elizabeth was the daughter of William Afton and was his best friend's sister. Charlie asks Sammy what on earth he's talking about, and Sammy brings up how they all used to hang out at Fredbear's together. They had their own little group. Of course, Henry only had Sammy and Charlie, but Uncle William had 3 kids. An older one who moved away with his mom after the accident. Then there was Elizabeth, who was around the same age as them. She was a bit mean and Sammy didn't really like her. And of course, there was the youngest, David. Him and Sammy were best friends, at least until the accident. Something happened to David and he died. Sammy then asks Charlie if she remembers any of that, and she doesn't. She must have really repressed her memories of Fredbear's. Jessica circles back to the main conversation, saying that whoever this Elizabeth is works for Afton. The two had talked, and she said she was going to start going after more people in the friend group. She's starting with John. John does a little bit of a double take and points at himself, being like, me? And Charlie kind of jabs him in the side, and John gives a little smile. Jessica, though, is super serious and looks at John. She talks about how she saw it in the other Charlie's eyes and that John was right. Jessica had gone back to the diner, and after the other Charlie had left, Jason went missing. Everybody then focuses in and is like, okay, whoa, somebody went missing? John then asks if she thinks that the other Charlie took Jason, and Charlie asks who the other Charlie is. Just then, another knock on the door. They all freeze. John walks over to the door and looks through the hole. It's Robo Charlie. He turns around and mouths that it's her. He turns to Charlie and Sammy and tells them to hide in his room, mouthing everything, not actually talking. The two go and hide, and Jessica moves to just sit on the couch. There's more knocking, and John goes and opens the door. Robo Charlie just walks in and asks how he's doing. She looks over at Jessica, who awkwardly smiles and waves. Robo Charlie then turns back to John, saying that she didn't think he was going to have people over. John stands there and goes on to ask why she's even here. It's not like they really talk much anymore. Robo Charlie looks around again and asks if he has anybody else here. John looks more confused and gets a bit more stern, asking her to get to the point. Robo Charlie says that she simply wanted to make sure that he was okay. He seemed down at the diner and she just wanted to ensure that he was fine. She looks at him and smiles and then just goes to leave. She wishes him and Jessica a good night and just leaves. John looks back at Jessica and the two are now very confused. Charlie and Sammy come back out and ask what happened. The group then start to discuss everything they know. John talks about how this other Charlie acts and brings up the idea of a robot pretending to be her. It would explain the weird eye thing. Jessica agrees, and Charlie asks if making a person like robot is even possible. John brings up that it really would only need to look like a person. It doesn't have to do more beyond that. Jessica brings up the other lady, Elizabeth. Could she be in on this, or maybe she's some kind of a robot too? It's just a theory, but the group discuss further, and that's when Sammy joins in. He reminds them that Afton sent someone here for John, but she didn't get John, so maybe they're gonna go after somebody else instead. Now they all get worried, and John asks if anybody else in the group would be alone tonight. Jessica brings up how Carlton and her had a bit of a falling out, so maybe he's alone tonight. Chief Burke is probably out there on the search for Jason, and Marla and Lamar would be out there as well, so it's settled that the group needs to get to Clay's house to help Carlton. Carlton sat alone in his dad's house. Everyone is out looking for Jason, and he's just sitting around alone. He thinks about the confrontation earlier with John. Why was he so rude to him? John was going through a lot, and Carlton only made things worse. How would he have reacted if it was Jessica who almost died and strangely came back a couple days later? As he sat by the fireplace thinking, the doorbell rang. Carlton walked over and opened the door, seeing Charlie standing out there. He asks her what she's doing here, and she asks if he's alone. Carlton, a little bit confused, asks why, and Charlie says that she just wanted to talk to him about John, but didn't want to talk if other people were around. Carlton agrees and lets her in. He walks over to the kitchen and asks if he can get her anything to eat. She declines and begins to talk about how odd John's been acting recently. Carlton agrees and talks about how he's kind of been acting strange, but that Carlton wasn't a good friend for not reaching out. As Carlton is talking and, making himself a snack, Charlie is still in the other room. She begins to shift and contort, changing and morphing into something. Carlton asks Charlie a question and doesn't get a response. He finishes up his food and turns around only to see a monstrous, long-limbed and distorted creature staring at him from the other room. Carlton is frozen with fear. It looks like some sort of demonic, nightmarish version of Charlie. It just stands there, staring at him, until it takes a step forward. Carlton runs for the other door in the kitchen, leading to another hallway in the back. As he runs, he hears the thing come crashing into the kitchen, and just as he closes the door behind him, it slams into it, breaking it off the hinges. Carlton dives into another room right as it tries to grab him. He slams the door, and he goes to open a window to jump out. As he gets the window open and gets outside, he runs around the side of the house trying to get to his car. But that's when he sees it, illuminated by the front outside light. The creature stands there before charging at Carlton, knocking him to the ground before he can move. He rolls onto his back, looking up. He sees the thing's distorted and horrific face before it lunges down. Carlton fades into darkness. The group, driving in John's car, pull up to Clay's house and see that Carlton's car is sitting in the driveway. They park, and the four get out and walk up to the house. John goes to open the door, but finds that it's still partially open. He turns around and tells everybody to be quiet. He walks in, but finds nothing. The house is empty. The rest of the group walk in and can tell right away there is some kind of an attack, as parts of the wall and door frames are broken. Jessica starts to panic and begins to call out for Carlton, but receives no response. Charlie says that they are too late. The fake her must have gotten here faster, and that they must have just missed her. Not really knowing what else to do, the group decide that it's time to talk to Chief Burke and find Marla and Lamar. It's best at this point to get the group together. They all go back out, getting into John's car. They speed off, not even bothering to put seatbelts on, except for Sammy. Jason wakes up, finding himself in a dimly lit room with pipes and wires and other various equipment spread around. He also sees what looks like old animatronic casings, similar to the suit that he was stuck in a couple of years ago, though these ones are different. They're mostly white in color with pink or purple accents. On one side of the room is a large open wall with what looks like windows, and at the center of the wall is a large claw or scoop of some kind. Jason looks over and sees a door on the opposite wall. He heads over and tries to open it, but it's locked. He walks back to the middle of the room and starts to look around again. There's got to be something useful here. He takes another spin around the room, and as he turns around, right in front of him is a kid. Jason screams and stumbles back, falling on the ground. He looks up and can't believe it. It's Michael, and he's just standing there. Michael says it's good to see Jason again, since it's been a few years. Jason asks him what he's doing here, and Michael talks about how his friends were brought here and now they're lost. He can't find them and has just been trying to find a way to find and help them. But when he saw Jason, he knew that maybe he could help. Jason and Michael sit for a while talking about what to do. Michael brings up how Afton is building something, some kind of a monster. He thinks that that's where his friends are, but he can't help them. Jason says that he will help and that the rest of the group is probably going to come here and they can help too. Just then, the door to the room opens and Jason looks over to see Robo Charlie walk in, carrying Carlton. She tosses him to the ground and just walks back out. Jason looks back over to Michael, but he's gone. He walks over to Carlton, moving him to be propped up against the wall. Carlton is out cold, and Jason just sits, thinking about what to do. Robo Charlie walks back down the hall and turns to go down the main hall, and that's when she starts to wobble, and she begins to twitch. A shift is happening. In a broken voice, she says that now is not a good time to shift, David. She starts to stumble even more and is able to make it into one of the side rooms. It's full of hung up shirts and other clothes, as well as wigs and other various accessories. Robo Charlie stumbles in and closes the door. Afton stares down at the young body on the table. It reminds him of the past, back when he wasn't trapped in this decaying body, back when all he cared about was getting back at Henry. In the end, he never did find out what happened to him. He wasn't even at the restaurant that day, at least not when the kids went missing. Afton looked over to the mirror again, staring at his decaying face. What had become of him? The door to the room opened, and Afton looked over to see the kid again. Afton yells at David, saying that he should have kept Elizabeth in charge. She's the one who actually listens to him. David stares over and begins to sniffle a little bit. Afton laughs and asks if he's going to cry like he always does. He was the weak one of the family after all. At least his brother Mike had the guts to stand up for himself. David starts to cry, and Afton just tells him to quiet up and tell him if they got what they needed. David says that he couldn't get John, he wasn't alone, and the group knows that they aren't the real Charlie. Afton says that that's fine, but asks who he got instead. David replies that they got Carlton, and that it should be enough to bring them here. Afton laughs again and commands David to begin helping him with the project. They need it done before their guests arrive. The group flies into the police parking lot and barely park before Jessica gets out of the car and walks up to the station. John and Charlie follow, and they all enter the building and find Clay talking to another officer. He turns to them and walks over before stopping. He's staring at Charlie and asks if they found out what happened to Jason. Charlie is a little confused, and John asks if they can talk to Clay in private. He goes outside with them and they begin to explain things. Afton is still out there, and while they aren't entirely sure how, he has some sort of fake or robo version of Charlie that he's using to kidnap people. John brings up the various other people who have gone missing and say that they are most likely connected to Afton. Jessica brings up the bunker that she found and how Afton is running some kind of an experiment and may have additional people helping him. Charlie brings up how she hasn't been in Hurricane in almost a year, so any actions she did in that time wasn't her. Clay slows them down and clarifies everything they said. Now that he knows the true extent of things, Clay tells them that they should find Marla and Lamar, who are still out looking for Jason, and that they should call it a night and get some sleep. He is the police chief after all, and this is a police matter. And while he knows that the group can handle themselves, he remembers how things went last time when they didn't listen to him. They kind of agree with him and ask if they know where Marla and Lamar are. And he says that they should check the old mall site. That's where he would look first. John, Charlie, and Jessica get back in the car and drive off. They eventually pull up to the site of where the old mall was and see that Marla's car is parked there. The group parks and all four get out to look for them. As they get out, they can hear distant talking and see a pair of flashlights in the distance. They head over and find Marla and Lamar looking around and talking to each other. Jessica calls for them to come over, and the two walk over to the group. As they get closer, they see Sammy, and both point and scream at it, asking what the heck that thing is. John, Charlie, and Jessica all explain the situation, talking about Sammy, Robo Charlie, Afton, the whole kit caboodle. Marla wants to go there right now, but Charlie brings up that they should probably listen to Clay's advice. Jessica is a little shocked and asks if Charlie seriously wants to sit things out. Charlie then clarifies that she absolutely intends on doing something, but they should probably get some sleep. If they are going to do something, it would be better if they had a clear head. Charlie also brings up how Afton most likely won't kill Jason or Carlton, and is probably using them as bait to draw the group into a trap. But they're going to spring the trap. The group decide that they are going to split up into threes for the night, since they can't all sleep in one place. John, Charlie, and Sammy go to John's apartment, and Jessica, Marla, and Lamar go to Jessica's hotel room. John, Charlie, and Sammy get back to his place, and John asks if the previously planned sleeping arrangements is still okay with everyone. Charlie agrees and gets ready again. Sammy lays down on the couch, and John grabs him some pillows and blankets. He doesn't really know if Sammy needs it, but Sammy thanks John for it anyway. John gets ready and lays in bed. Charlie lays down next to him, and they fall asleep. Carlton wakes up and finds himself in a strange room. He looks around and he sees Jason sitting there. He calls out to him, and Jason walks over, asking if Carlton's okay. He says he's fine and asks if the creepy Charlie got to him too. Jason says yes, and the two talk about what they're gonna do. Jason explains that he thinks Afton is running experiments down here with the original animatronics from the Freddy's location they visited those couple years ago. He talked to Michael, and he said that the other kids are trapped in some kind of a monster, but he didn't really elaborate. Carlton asks if he actually talked to Michael, and Jason said he did. Carlton then asks if he could talk to Michael, but Jason says that he just sort of shows up whenever he wants to, and can't exactly be summoned. The two decide to try and come up with a game plan. Odds are is that the friend group is going to make their way here, and decide that they'll need to warn them as soon as they see them. As they are talking, the door opens, and the two turn to see a young boy enter the room. They ask who he is, and he says his name is David. He tells them that he's sorry he had to bring them here. He didn't really want to do it, but he doesn't always have control over his body. His sister tends to call the shots most of the time. Jason and Carlton kind of look at each other confused and ask what on earth he's talking about. David explains that he's some kind of a robot, and that it can shapeshift and morph into what they need it to. He likes to be himself, but his sister, Lizzie, likes to be Dad's favorite and takes charge most of the time. Jason asks if there are multiple people in there, and David says that there are really just two. But there is also a monster of some kind in there as well. David and Elizabeth are souls trapped in this body. The other monster is some kind of an AI. That's what usually does the attacking. Carlton then asks why David is talking to them and telling them all this kind of stuff. David then replies that he doesn't like to hurt people, and maybe by telling them this stuff, they can find a way to stay alive. Just then, David starts to shake and twitch. He starts to cry and says that he doesn't want to go back, and then he stops, and he straightens out. He turns to Carlton and says that he's sorry that David had to go, but now he can talk to Elizabeth if he wants to. Jason asks what she wants, and she turns and just smiles at him. She says that Dad's got some big things planned, and she can't have David ruining all the fun before it starts. She waves goodbye and leaves. The door closes with a thud, and Jason and Carlton are left alone. Again. It's early the next morning, and the group meets up at the diner for one last meeting before going after Afton. They come up with a plan for once they get inside the bunker. John, Charlie, and Sammy will go after Afton himself, while Jessica, Marla, and Lamar will look for Carlton and Jason. Staying as one big group leaves them vulnerable to being cornered, so splitting up into groups of 3 will give each group a better chance of stopping whatever they go up against. They take 2 cars and head off to the old house one last time. They pull up to the house and Charlie sees what's left of it. It's just a big pile of debris scattered across the ground. She stares at it and feels a little sad. Despite not living in that house very long, she still had a lot of memories of that place. John walks over and places a hand on her shoulder. She doesn't flinch. Charlie looks over at him, and the two look into each other's eyes for just a moment. Then they move off with the rest of the group and head towards the hatch to the bunker. John opens it and goes in first, followed by Charlie and the rest of the group. The lights are all on, and everything seems to be normal. Charlie heads over to the door and inputs the code. The door opens, and the group heads in, with the door closing behind them. Jessica says that the hallway straight ahead should take them to Afton, and tells Marla and Lamar to follow her to the left, as she thinks this is where Carlton and Jason might be. The 2 groups split off and head to their respective hallways. Jessica takes lead while Marla and Lamar follow behind. They get to the end of the hall and find a door, which Jessica tries to open, but it's too heavy. With all 3 of them trying, they get the door open and find a large room with a weird looking scoop or something on the opposite wall. The 3 enter the room and find Carlton and Jason waiting in there. They get up and run over, Marla grabbing Jason and being super happy that he's okay, but also super apologetic about the other night. Jessica goes over and hugs Carlton, and the 2 make up for their argument that they had earlier. Not really thinking it would be that easy, the reunited group makes their way back out to the main hall. Charlie, John, and Sammy approach the door at the end of the forward hall. They slowly open it, with Sammy going in first, followed by John and Charlie. The room is empty, and all that's in there is a surgical table with nothing on it. They look around some more, and John notices a lot of piping around the room, with many warning labels about highly volatile gases. Aside from that, there's no one here. They talk, asking if maybe Afton had fled, knowing that they would be showing up here. Charlie gets a bad feeling about all this, but can't figure out what's going on. They head back out to the main hall and check the other doorways on their way back, all empty. Things seem a little too easy. Reuniting with the rest of the group, Charlie and John are happy to see that Jason and Carlton are okay. They try to open the door out of here, but find that it's locked. Charlie asks Jessica how she got out of here before, and Jessica says that she just was able to open the door, but now it seems stuck or locked. As they try to figure out a plan, they hear a loud crashing and banging sound coming from the door down the right hall. As they turn and look, they see the door at the end of the hall swing wide open. That's when a large, wiry metal hand reaches out of the doorway, grabbing onto the side of the door frame. It's followed by another hand grabbing onto the floor, pulling itself out of the room. A hulking animatronic abomination makes its way out of the room. The group take a step back, staring at this thing. Once it's fully revealed, they can see it's some sort of an amalgamation. Pieces of wires and other endo parts that they don't recognize are fused with pieces of the Twisted and original animatronics. Twisted Bonnie's head makes up the right shoulder, while Chica's original head makes up the left. Eyes, arms, and legs are scattered throughout the thing, and its body doesn't have any legs, just ending in a pile of wires and parts. And at the head of it all, the original Freddy's head and mask staring at them. The group just stare back, and as they turn to talk to each other about what to do, Amalgam Freddy starts charging down the hall, using its arms to propel itself fast. With barely any time to react, the group is split up once again as they dive out of the way. Amalgam Freddy slams its arm into the ground and forces Charlie, John, and Sammy back down the main hall. That's when somebody grabs John, holding a knife to his neck. Charlie and Sammy look over and see Elizabeth standing there, holding John hostage. Charlie looks over at Amalgam Freddy, and Elizabeth says that it won't come after her, and that she should focus on not letting her boyfriend die. She starts to back up with John towards the main room that they were in, and Charlie and Sammy follow slowly. Elizabeth walks into the room, and Charlie and Sammy follow, with the door closing behind them. The rest of the group begin to run down the hall, making their way back to the scooping room. If they can get there, it might buy them a few seconds. They run down the hall as Amalgam Freddy continues to charge after them, shrieking. They run into the room and close the door. Looking around, Jason sees the scooper arm and points it out. He brings up that they might be able to hurt that thing, assuming it works like a crane or scoop. They agree and make their way to the door next to the set of windows and break it open. As they enter, Carlton says that someone needs to lure it right in front of the scoop and says he'll do it. Jessica pleads for him not to, but he doesn't enter the room and makes his way over to the scoop. He stands in front of it, and Amalgam Freddy breaks the door open right as he does so. It sees Carlton and begins charging towards him. It's right in front of him, and Carlton shouts for them to activate it and jumps out of the way. Jessica looks down and sees a comically large red button and presses it. As the scoop launches, Amalgam Freddy stabs Carlton in the chest with its fingers, grabbing him as the scoop hits. When the scoop hits, Amalgam Freddy shrieks out and begins to violently shake about, with Carlton stabbed on its hand. Carlton has gone limp. They all look out, and Jessica is crying and screaming for Carlton. Jason starts to tear up, but that's when he hears a noise next to him. He looks over, and he sees Michael standing there, looking out the window. He looks over at Jason and tells him that it was nice to know him, but it's time for Michael to do his part. Michael vanishes, and the group reacts as they see Golden Freddy appear right in front of Amalgam Freddy. Golden Freddy sits slouched, but starts to twitch, and eventually stands up. It jumps into the amalgam, getting ghostly absorbed into it. Carlton opens his eyes and finds himself in a void of twisted grays and blacks, all violently twitching about. He looks in front of him and sees 4 kids, silhouetted in a grayish light, with dark tear streaks draining from their eyes. They too are twitching and shifting, and are screaming out as if in pain. Carlton thinks to himself and puts together that these are the missing kids. Just as he thinks that, he feels a hand grab his. He looks down next to him and sees Michael standing there, holding his hand. Carlton is in disbelief, and Michael says that it's good to see him. Carlton begins to tear up and asks Michael what he's doing here. Michael tells him that it's really great to see him and that he has really missed Carlton, but now it is time for him to go. Michael lets go of Carlton's hand and begins to walk towards the other kids. He walks to the center of them and holds their hands, forming a line of 5, with Michael in the middle. He then becomes glowing white, and the other kids do too, and all their tears are gone. As Carlton stares, his vision goes white. Goodbye, Michael. Amalgam Freddy lets out one last shriek, then goes silent. It goes limp and drops Carlton before crashing to the ground. Jessica runs out first, followed by the rest. She grabs Carlton, and Lamar goes in, putting his fingers to Carlton's neck, and he gets a pulse. They pick him up and carry him out, heading back to the main door. Charlie and Sammy enter the room, following Elizabeth and John. She brings John off to the side of the room and stops, just standing there. That's when Charlie hears a familiar laugh, and Afton walks out of the shadows. He looks over at Elizabeth and congratulates her on a job well done. She was always far better at everything than her brother. She smiles back at him, but twitches ever so slightly. Sammy looks over and realizes what's going on. He tries to talk to Elizabeth, but Afton just grabs him and throws him off to the side. Charlie yells and charges at Afton, but he just turns and hits her in the face with the exposed metal arm. As she stumbles back, he uses it to slash her in the torso and throw her back against the wall. She tumbles and falls unconscious. Sammy gets back up and floats over to her. Afton laughs again and says that he can finally kill them all, once and for all. Sammy looks over at Elizabeth and asks for David again, and asks if this is really what David wants. She twitches and she starts to shake, with Elizabeth trying to force David from shifting in. Afton looks over and tells her to just kill John. She tries, but stops. The knife falls out of his hand and onto the ground. He looks over at Afton, asking why they need to kill them. Afton mockingly laughs again and tells David to just shut up. He gave David life again. He put him back together, so he should be grateful and do as he's told. David lets go of John and turns towards Afton, telling him no. Afton goes in and just punches him, tearing some of the fake skin off of his face. He tries to punch back, but Afton grabs his hand and shoves him with his other hand, tearing some more of the fake skin off of David's hand too. David falls back and looks up at Afton. Afton starts to yell at David, telling him that he's just the weak one, and wonder why he didn't try to be more like his brother. David stops and looks up at Afton. He then looks over at John, Charlie, and Sammy, seeing how hurt Charlie was. He looks back up at Afton and punches him square in the chest, catching him off guard. Afton stumbles back a little bit, giving David enough time to get up. He looks over at John, then back at the gas valves on the wall. John looks over and sees them, getting the message. He runs over and begins opening them, filling the whole facility with gas. Afton looks over and begins to walk towards John, trying to stop him. David grabs him on the shoulder and throws Afton halfway across the room. John runs back over to Charlie and Sammy and looks back at David. David tells him to get out of there and says that the door should be open. He looks over at Sammy and smiles and waves. Sammy waves back, and the three leave the room. Sammy carries Charlie down the hallway as John leads them. They run into Jessica and the rest of the group again. They don't stop to exchange words. All John says is that they need to leave. The group make their way out the door and over to the ladder. John goes up first and has Sammy lift up Charlie to him. The group make it out, with Sammy being the last one, closing the hatch behind him. They make their way over to their cars. Afton gets back up and looks over at David. He starts to yell even more and goes in to punch him with his exposed metal arm. David, all in one motion, grabs Afton's arm, twists it out of the way, and rips it off, throwing it off to the side. Afton yells out, looking at his missing arm. David walks over to him and grabs him, picking him up and throwing him across the room. Afton lands against one of the walls, and before he can get back up, David walks over and stomps down on one of Afton's legs, completely shattering it. Afton yells out again and looks up at David. David just blankly stares back and presses his foot against Afton's chest, breaking part of the suit. Afton looks around, then back up at David, pleading not to let them both die. For the first time in his life, Afton is genuinely scared for his life. David just stares at him, and Afton asks what on earth he's doing. David finally talks and says that he's doing something he should have done a long time ago, standing up to him. David then lifts his exposed endo hand and scrapes the metal fingers together, creating a spark. The room ignites. As the group make their way back to their cars, they hear a sound, turning around just in time to see a massive explosion and see part of the ground sink and collapse in. The facility is destroyed, killing all inside. They turn back to each other and give a half-hearted smile. They finally won, but now is not the time to celebrate. They need to get Carlton and Charlie to the hospital. They load up the cars and drive off. Charlie opens her eyes and sits up in bed, looking around. John gets startled awake and gets up, grabbing Charlie. She calms down and looks over at him, asking what happened. John says that Afton beat her up pretty good, but she shouldn't have to worry about him ever again. She looks a little confused and asks what happened after she got knocked out. John tells her that they won. She sighs in relief and smiles up at John. He leans down and they kiss. She asks where everyone else is, and he tells her that they're all still in town, at least for a few days. Everyone made it out okay, but Carlton was seriously hurt. Surprisingly, given his injuries, he wasn't as hurt as people thought he was. It was mostly just light stab wounds, and nothing vital was hit. He made a pretty quick recovery, faster than Charlie's apparently, although part of that was the fact that she still had injuries from last year that weren't properly treated by a hospital. That being said, the doctor said that she could leave in a few days. Charlie relaxes a little, then realization that everything is finally over hits her. She looks over at John and smiles again. She tells him that she's happy he's here. She doesn't want to leave him ever again. A week has passed, and the group gets together again one last time at the diner. John and Charlie pull up and get out, walking up to the diner together. She enters first, and everyone gets up to greet her. John follows behind, and they all greet him too. They all sit down and start talking and chatting about what they're going to be doing next. Marla and Lamar and Jason are going back home, getting back to their regular lives, but promise that they'd keep in touch with everybody. And they even bring up the idea that they should all do a little meetup like this at least once a year. Everybody else agrees with that, maybe minus the whole Afton thing. Carlton is staying in town, seeing as college doesn't start back up until a couple months from now. Jessica is heading back up to Cedar City, but plans on making more frequent trips in the town to visit with people. A few hours pass and everybody's still talking, and as they keep talking, it starts to get later into the day. And John looks down at his watch, noticing the time. He looks up at Carlton, who notices him and mouths if it's time. John nods and starts to get up, while Carlton says that maybe they should all call it a night before it gets too late. The group agrees, and everyone gets up to go. John asks if Charlie still wants to go visit her mother's grave. She says that she still does, and John looks back at Carlton. As they go to leave, saying goodbye to everybody, John and Carlton go in for a half hug, and Carlton hands John something while they do. They all finish up with the goodbyes, and John and Charlie head out. Now, for those who are just watching, this is where the animated scene is going to begin. So, you're going to want to watch this. Pulling into the cemetery parking lot, John and Charlie get out and walk along a path. Charlie stops in front of two graves. Looking down, she just stares at them for a moment. One grave is for her mother, Lily. The other one is Sammy's. Charlie puts some flowers down in front of the graves. John puts an arm around her, and the two walk to a nearby hill. A tree sits alone on top of the hill, and they stand under it, looking out at the sunset. Charlie looks at the view and thinks back to the times her and her father would stand there. Smiling, Charlie turns to John, and her eyes widen. John, down on one knee, holds out a ring. Charlie, surprised, covers her mouth with her hands, and John asks the question. She drops her hands, and Charlie, with tears in her eyes, smiles and tells him yes. A little ways off, a man stands and watches the two. He sees the proposal and watches them spend a little more time there before heading back to the car and leaving. The man walks over to the graves and puts his own flowers in front of Lily's grave. He stands there for just a moment before telling his wife's grave that he's sorry for everything. The long shadows. A man wakes up, opening his eyes to the darkness around him, but he cannot move. As he looks around, he sees it, the shadow of something standing in the corner of his room, its bright eyes looking over at him. He can't tell if this is a dream or something real. He soon finds out when the shadow moves in towards him and absorbs with him, leaving a pale body with hollow eyes and dark tears streaking down his face. Henry races down the street, driving as fast as he can. He left Freddy's in such a hurry that he hadn't even brought Charlie along. She'll be fine there. That John kid always seems to be there for her. He sees his driveway and swerves down it and comes to a screeching halt. Practically flying out of his car, Henry races over to his workshop, flinging the door open. The puppet stands up, walking over to him. He asks if everything's okay, and Henry responds saying, "Sammy, you haven't seen anybody in here, have you?" Sammy says he hasn't, and Henry lets out a sigh of relief. He had heard William was back in town, and got the feeling that he was going to try something. Henry thought that William would be here, and that this is what he wanted. Just then, the police scanner goes off, calling additional units to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, as several kids had been reported missing. Henry freezes. Of course, he should have known. He tells Sammy to follow him, and the two head into the house, and up to Charlie's room. Henry grabs out a set of keys and unlocks the room's fourth closet, revealing a large, latched box. He unlocks it, opening it up to reveal that there's nothing inside. Henry tells Sammy that he needs to hide in this box for his safety. Sammy asks why, and Henry tells him that he just needs to do what he says. As Sammy climbs into the box, Henry rips open a puppet plush and hides 2 keys inside, sewing it back up. He turns and says goodbye to Sammy before closing the lid and locking it. Sammy wakes up finding himself in his room. While he doesn't need the sleep, he finds that sleeping helps him stay alert and keep his mind sane. He heads out of his room and downstairs to the kitchen. It's been 3 years since the events of the bunker, and Sammy has felt kinda aimless ever since. It's hard to live a normal life when you're a 6'8" creepy puppet animatronic. He's stuck around with John and Charlie since he doesn't have anywhere else to live, and he lives in the same house as them. They got married about 2 years back, and around a year ago, they all moved in here to Aunt Jen's house. She had passed away then and left the house to Charlie, and gave away the property of the old house in the bunker to the city to have them do whatever they want with it. He thought that that was a strange choice, but if that's what she wanted, then it's fine. Interestingly too, a new factory was built there not too long after that, and it belongs to some Schmidt Industries or something like that. Sammy doesn't really pay much attention to Hurricane anymore. Everything has changed so much, and he just doesn't know what to do anymore. He hears the two coming downstairs and gets the plates out for them. Charlie walks in first, commenting on the cooking apron that Sammy's wearing, followed by John commenting on the smell of bacon. Sammy always tries his best to cook food for them, though it's hard to do that since he can't eat or taste anything. Charlie and John sit down at the kitchen table, and Sammy serves them breakfast. Waffles, bacon, and eggs, just the typical stuff. But hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Charlie and John just look happy together, but Sammy won't ever be able to experience something like that. And who knows how long he can actually live like this before the body of the puppet begins to fail. He tells them to enjoy their food, and he walks away. Charlie and John finish up breakfast, and John brings the dishes to the sink and starts to wash them. Charlie talks to John, saying that she's worried about Sammy. He's just been kind of acting down lately, and while she tries to keep him included in things, there's only so much a giant puppet animatronic can be involved in. John says that he'll try to talk to Sammy once he finishes up with the dishes. So he finishes up the dishes and brings up that they should pack up the rest of what they need for the trip. It's that time of year again, and whoever of the friend group can make it to the meeting in Hurricane is going to be there. Charlie brings up the idea of taking Sammy along. It would be good to get him out of the house, and he might enjoy seeing the others. John agrees and says that he'll talk to Sammy. The two head back upstairs, with Charlie heading over to their bedroom and John going over to Sammy's room. He knocks on the door and Sammy lets him in. John brings up the whole friend group getting together and tells Sammy that they want him to join them for it. Sammy, sitting on his bed, nods his head in agreement and says that he'll go with. John walks over and sits next to him and asks if everything's okay. Sammy says that he's fine, but is just feeling a bit aimless. He could never have a normal life, and there really isn't anything important for him to do anymore. All he does now is cook breakfast and clean up the house. That's really about it. John says that he understands the feeling and tells Sammy about how dark of a place he was in when he thought he had lost Charlie those few years back. But when you have people around you who care, that's what living is really all about. And they both care about Sammy. They go in for a hug, and John gets up saying that they need to finish packing. Sammy brings up that he really doesn't need to pack anything, and John suggests that he find some stuff to bring anyways. It might make him feel a bit more normal. He leaves and heads over to their bedroom. He walks in and talks to Charlie, saying that Sammy is going to be coming with them. But he does notice how down he is, and he's worried too. Hopefully this trip can help. They finish up packing, and all three head out of the house and get in John's car, driving off to Hurricane. A man walks down the various hallways of the factory, making his way towards the executive office. As he walks, he looks through various files and notes regarding the progress on some projects. Most are failed, with some showing more promise than others. He just can't figure out what he's missing. This should work. He reaches the doors to the executive office and enters the room. An older woman looks up from her desk and stands up to greet him. She asks how Mike is doing, and Mike says that progress has been slow, with the many failed projects being the only thing to show for their efforts. She reassures him that they will succeed, and it will just take some time. She tells Mike that he's a smart man, smarter than his father ever was. Mike nods his head in agreement and turns to leave, saying goodbye to his mother. He walks off and back down the hallways. He is a smarter man than his father. He would show everybody and prove himself when he succeeds. Sammy opens his eyes and finds himself back in the box, constrained and constricted, barely able to move. He cries out for somebody to help him, for someone to let him out, and that's when he hears it. A door open, and the locks on the box are taken off. The lid is open, and he's finally free. He looks over to see who opened it, but there's no one there. Sammy gets out of the box and enters Charlie's old room, looking around, and he still doesn't see anybody. Walking out into the hallway, he finds the house completely empty and silent. He walks out of the front door, and that's when he hears a noise coming from Henry's workshop. He walks over and enters, but finds no one there. As he turns to leave, he comes face to face with Springtrap. Sammy shoots up in the car, screaming. Charlie screams in response, and John swerves the car a little bit before correcting himself and getting back to the regular drive. Charlie turns around, asking if he's okay. Sammy says it was just some random nightmare, and goes back to looking out the window. She asks if he wants to talk about it, and he says he just wants to look out the window. Charlie turns back around. After another bit of time, Sammy feels himself getting tired again, and fades back out to sleep. Charlie, noticing he's asleep again, starts to talk to John, saying that she's even more worried about him now. John brings up how he's acting a lot like she was back in the day with all these crazy events were happening. Charlie says that that's what is worrying her. Either something bad is going to happen or Sammy is just losing his mind, and both are scary options. After about another 3 hours of driving, they finally arrive at Hurricane, passing the town sign. They drive past where the old house was and see the new Schmidt factory. They had heard a bit about it, but this is their first time seeing it. While its location was a bit odd, it was nice to see some new jobs and life being brought into the town. They pull up to their motel and John goes to check in. Charlie turns back around to Sammy and slowly nudges him awake, saying that they finally made it to the motel. Sammy sits up, stretching. Charlie gets out of the car and starts to grab their stuff from the trunk. They didn't really pack much, just some clothes and other stuff they would need for a few days away from home. It'll be nice to have some time off. Her and John have been so busy with their jobs that they really haven't had much time for a getaway. John walks back to the car with the key to their motel room and grabs some of their stuff. Sammy gets out of the car and helps bring some stuff in too. There really isn't anyone around to see him, and the few people that are there aren't looking over at him. They enter the room and get themselves unpacked. Looking at the time, they decide to head out for the diner. The group is probably already there waiting for them. They pull up to the diner and can see John and Carlton waiting inside. The three get out and walk up to the diner. Sammy is hesitant to go in, and Charlie tells him that it will be fine. They go in, and a few other people there look over, and then they just go back to what they're doing. Hurricane's a pretty weird town, so people are pretty used to it at this point. Jessica and Carlton get up and go over to greet them, going in for hugs and, all the greeting whatever. After that, they all go sit down and begin to catch up on things. Carlton says that Lamar and Marla are unable to make it this year as they are on a trip to Italy, and Jason is busy with some summer classes and wasn't able to make it either. Nonetheless, everybody is happy to see each other, and they do a bit of talking. Jessica is working on various applications for archaeology and historical site work. Carlton is on his way to becoming an actor, starting off his career in various smaller projects. John and Charlie talk about how they've been doing, and that John is back working at construction, but he's made his way up to site manager. Charlie is on her way to becoming a therapist or a counselor. After everything she had gone through in the previous years, she felt that she could use her experiences to help others. Carlton asks Sammy what he's been up to, and Sammy, surprised to be asked anything, says that he really isn't doing much. He's just been learning to cook. Charlie and John confirm how good Sammy is at cooking, and Carlton and Jessica say that they'll have to come over sometime to see for themselves. The group keeps talking until they hear the business's phone ring. Nobody really cares until the waitress comes over and is asking for a Charlie Emily. Charlie, confused and a little concerned, goes over to the phone, answering it. On the other side, she hears a man's voice asking if it is Charlie. She says she is and asks who he is. He tells her that he needs to meet her at the family's graves as soon as possible. With that, he hangs up the phone. Charlie, very concerned now, goes back to the table and tells everybody what that was. She tells them what happened, and Jessica asks if she's actually going to go there. Charlie says that she's going, but would like it if John and Sammy came with her. So they go too. She tells Jessica and Carlton that they'll meet up again tomorrow as planned, but that they are going to leave now. Jessica and Carlton are a little concerned, but understand. The main three leave and drive off to the cemetery. They pull into the cemetery's parking lot, getting out immediately and going over to Charlie's mother's grave. The hill is very close to there. They walk up to the graves, seeing Lily Emily and Sammy Emily on the gravestones. Charlie looks up at the hill and sees someone standing under the tree. She walks up there, followed by John and Sammy. As she gets to the top, she stands a few feet away from the man and asks him what he wants. He sighs and asks Charlie if she remembers all the times they would come up here when she was a kid. Charlie asks him who he is, and the man turns around and she doesn't recognize him immediately. But there's something very familiar about him. She asks him again, and this time he asks if she really can't remember her old man's face. Charlie finally sees it, the glasses, the shape of his face, those distinct green eyes. She asks if it really is her dad, and he tells her that he really is here. Charlie runs over for a hug, tears flowing down her face. John and Sammy stand a little awkwardly just a few feet back. After a few seconds, Charlie gets a sudden sense of reason and pushes away from Henry, starting to get angry with him, asking why he left her and why he never came back and where he was this whole time. Henry says that he'll explain everything soon, but right now there's something bigger happening in Hurricane, something worse than Afton, and he needs their help to stop it. Henry goes on to explain that over the past year, Hurricane has been haunted by strange creatures, shadows of Freddy's past. They have already taken a few lives, leaving their bodies pale and their eyes darkened with black tear streaks down their face. The past of Freddy's and of the Aftons has cast long shadows over the town, and he needs them to help him put an end to everything once and for all. Charlie, still a little unsure about Henry's sudden return, is questioning why they need to be a part of this, He just shows up after 15 years and expects them to help him. They already went through a lot. She already went through hell over the events of the past few years, and Henry just expects her to help. She turns away from him and collapses down to her knees and begins to cry. Henry walks over and puts a hand on her shoulder and kneels down next to her. He hugs her and tells her that he knows what he did hurt her, but there are forces out there that are more dangerous than anything either of them have faced. They just need to work together, all of them, to finally put an end to all of this. He moves so that they can go face to face. He knows she is strong and that she already helps so many, but that his daughter wouldn't turn her back on those who need help. After a moment, she gets up and John walks over to her. She hugs John and turns back to Henry. She says she'll help, but he needs to explain where he was this whole time first. Henry says he'll explain it once they all get back to where they are staying. Charlie, John, and Henry begin to walk back to the cars, and Sammy stands there for a moment. Henry didn't even say anything to him. He walks back to the car. A man sweeps the hard concrete floor of the factory's loading dock. As he's about to finish up, he hears a strange noise, almost like a laugh. He looks around, but can't see anything. And then, that's when he sees it. In the corner of the room, shaded by a piece of machinery, a distorted face stares at him. While it was hard to see what it was, its eyes and wide grin were uncanny, almost human. He could see what looked like a hat of some kind on top of a strange head. Taking a step back, he calls out, asking who's there. No one answers. The eyes just keep watching, before he hears the laugh again, and the eyes fade into the dark. Scared beyond belief, he begins to head back towards the offices, where he can leave for the night. He gets to the office hallways, and as he walks through, he comes up to a set of open doors that lead to a dark, empty room. As he walks past, an arm shoots out from the dark, grabbing the man and dragging him into the room. He screams, and he sees a blurred, rotted, and distorted Freddy Fazbear towering over top of him, his unsettling eyes and almost human teeth facing him. As he screams, Freddy lunges towards him. The screams echo through the building before going silent. Mike comes flying into the factory parking lot and rushes out of his car, running into the building. He races over to the incident scene and finds some of his personnel there waiting for him. Walking into the room, he can see it immediately. The man's body was pale and those darkened eyes. He turns to one of the people there and asks if they've got the incident on camera. They nod their head, and Mike follows them to the security office, where they can go back and watch the footage. Through the grainy pixels, they can see the conference room where the man died, and see Freddy grab and kill the man. Mike puts on a smile. A phantom, he says out loud. Remarkable to see one here, one of his assistants says, watching the footage. He turns to his assistant and says that they should get back to the lab right away. This Phantom Freddy is the most stable one they've seen so far. Whatever they've been doing, it's been working. His assistant nods and leaves the room. Mike turns back to the cameras. Soon, Dad. Soon you'll see. John, Charlie, and Sammy are driving back to the motel. Henry told them that he would meet them there soon. As they drive, Sammy talks to Charlie, saying that it was weird that Henry hadn't said anything to him. Charlie says he's probably just worried about what to say. Sammy starts to get angry and says that after 15 years, he had nothing to say to him. Charlie tells Sammy to calm down and that everything is going to be figured out soon. Sammy sighs and looks back out the window. Why was she being so nice to Henry? He disappeared for 15 years, and she had one little crying session and now she's fine with it? Sammy stares out the window. Why couldn't life just be kind to him for a change? They get back to the motel and see Henry outside waiting for them. They walk over to the motel room and Henry walks over as well. John opens the door and lets Charlie go in first, followed by Sammy and then Henry, and then himself last. Immediately, Henry walks over to Sammy, who is sitting on one of the beds. He sits down next to him and he puts his arms around him and gives Sammy a hug. He apologizes for what he had to do and asks how he's doing. Sammy says he's fine, but just can't understand why he had to stuff him in a box for a decade. Henry sighs and tells Charlie and John to sit down as well. They do, and Henry explains everything that has happened. He starts with the day when William killed at Freddy's. Before that had happened, Henry was there at the building. He had brought Charlie there to hang out with their friends while he did his work in the back. While he was in the back, he had gotten a call from an unknown number, and they told him that William was going to be back in town. Henry asked who it was, but she never told him her name. She told him that she wouldn't be surprised if William tried to do something to get back at Henry. After that, she hung up the phone. Realizing that this information could be true, William might be trying to get back to the bunker, Henry raced out of the building. He got home, but figured out too late that William's plan was to kill and not to go for the bunker. That's when he hid away Sammy, and he was worried William might try to take him away. And Henry didn't want to lose Sammy a second time. After that, he did some more digging through his workshop as quickly as he could before the police could arrive to the house for questioning. As he went through his stuff, he began to remember the phone call with that woman. The voice was familiar. He eventually realized that it was Clara's voice, William's ex-wife. Whether it was to do with everything that had happened or if he really was able to figure it out, Henry put together that maybe Clara had been in on the plan with William to get back at Henry, and that the call was to lure him away from the restaurant. With little time left, Henry had to flee. He was suspect number 1 for the kids' deaths, and with him driving off from the location in a hurry, it probably looked like he was fleeing. Henry had to leave. It wasn't safe for anybody if he stayed there. He drove away from his family, but was determined to make sure that they stayed safe. He had tried to get back to Hurricane a few years back, but got there too late, and they had already killed William. He figured his job was done then, but about a year ago, those strange phantoms began showing up, and that was around the same time that the Schmidt factory was built. Henry finishes up his story, saying that this conspiracy is too big for him to deal with alone, and that he has decided to finally reach back out to his family and make the call for help to Charlie. Charlie and Sammy process everything Henry told them, and Charlie is the first to speak up after that. She tells Henry that she forgives him and goes in for a hug. They embrace, and it's a nice, sweet family reunion. Sammy, on the other hand, speaks up, saying that he doesn't forgive Henry for shoving him in a box for a decade for no good reason behind it. He starts to yell more, and Charlie tries to calm him down. Henry remains silent. Sammy only gets more frustrated, saying how Charlie just goes along with everything Henry was saying and just forgives him like that. He continues to argue before he storms out of the motel room. Charlie tries to go and follow, but John stops her. Charlie turns back to Henry and asks him why he wasn't talking to Sammy. They're both his kids, and he should go and talk to him and comfort him. Henry just says he's not sure what else to say to Sammy. He never thought he would actually get to see him again, even as the puppet. Charlie, overwhelmed by everything, says that they should call it a night and that Henry should probably go find Sammy. Mike walks into the executive office with a sharp grin on his face. Evelyn looks up from her desk and asks what's gotten him into such good spirits. Mike shows her the progress report on the latest round of testing. He tells her that they are close to achieving what they came here to do. They just need more remnants to work with. Evelyn reminds him that they don't have much from the site as is, and that their supply from there is running low. That's when Mike says he knows where they can get more. He shows her a picture from a surveillance camera outside of the motel, showing the puppet. If they can get their hands on the puppet, that should give them what they need to complete their project. Evelyn tells him it's time to visit an old friend. Jessica sits across from Carlton in the living room of his dad's house. It's nice of Clay to still allow her to stay here even after everything that happened with the Freddy's situation. Speaking of, Clay walks into the room. Jessica asks if he was able to get a hold of Charlie, and he says he can't. He tried the motel's front desk and the room line, but he can't get through. Jessica and Carlton look at each other. After the weird phone call at the diner, they were worried about Charlie. The last time something like this happened, they had to face down a corpse in a decayed rabbit suit. Maybe they could just head over for a visit. Carlton says he'll drive, and the two head out towards the motel. They just want to make sure Charlie and John are safe. As they're driving, they turn a corner and see something standing in the middle of the road. Carlton slams on his brakes, and the two look up at it. "Is that Foxy?" Carlton says, with shock and fear in his voice. A dark, faded, and decayed Foxy was standing in the middle of the road. He had a large, almost human eye and a wide grin of bright teeth. He just stood there, staring at them. Suddenly, he began to charge the car. Panicked, Carlton tried to put it in reverse, but in his flailing around, he hit the car's high beams on. They heard a sharp screech and look up to see Foxy trying to get out of the light, before his form phased with the shadows of nearby objects, as if he just blended into their shadow. Before they knew what on earth was happening, he was gone. The two of them just turn and look at each other. Now they have to get to Charlie. Sammy walks on a trail in the nearby woods, just trying to get his mind off of everything. His own dad would barely even say a word to him, and his sister seemed to not be on his side either. John was the only one who seemed to care at all, but he rarely ever spoke up in a heated discussion. As he walks, he suddenly hears a branch crack. He looks around, staring into the dark of the woods, only lit up by the faint moonlight and a few nearby lampposts. He stares into the woods and doesn't see anything. That's when he hears footsteps and a voice call out to him. He turns around to see a man, maybe in his early 30s, walking out of the shadows and into the light of the lamppost. He says hi to Sammy, saying his name directly, and that it's been some time since they've last met. Sammy, starting to get really scared, asks who he is. The man just smiles and says his brother would have loved to see him again. Suddenly, Sammy feels a sharp stab going through his back, followed by a surge of electricity. He falls to the ground and looks up to see the man direct several other people to tie up the puppet. Sammy slips into the dark. Charlie and John sit together in their motel room. Charlie is worried about Sammy. While she has mixed feelings about her dad just showing back up again, she was hoping Sammy would at least be happy to see him. Then again, she wasn't killed, brought back to life in a puppet, then shoved in a box by her dad. She leans her head onto John's shoulder. The two just sit there, before they jump up at the sound of knocking coming from their door. John gets up and looks through the little hole, then opens the door. It's Jessica and Carlton, and they look shaken. John lets them in and closes the door behind them. Charlie asks what they are doing there, and the two start talking about how they think something weird is going on in Hurricane, and that they saw Foxy on the way here, but he seemed to become part of the shadows around him. Charlie interrupts them, telling them that they actually kind of know what's going on, at least somewhat, and that it's a really long story, but her dad is back and explained it to them. Jessica and Carlton are even more shocked and confused and ask if Charlie is telling the truth. John confirms it, and the two are even more concerned now. Charlie had hoped to leave them out of it this time, but it looks like they'll have to put the band back together one last time. Charlie tells them to sit down, and she begins to explain everything they know so far. Henry walks down the trail, hoping to find some clue as to where Sammy went. How had he been so stupid? He should have talked to Sammy more, but was too scared to even confront what to say. Did he really need to lock him in a box for so long? It seemed reasonable at the time. Where else was Sammy supposed to go? But now? He walks a little further, before he stops and looks down at the ground. He bends down and picks up a piece of chipped white porcelain. Sammy's mask. What had happened to him? Where was he? What had Henry done? Sammy opens his eyes and looks around the room he finds himself in. The room was dark and filled with industrial equipment, with tubes leading in and out of things, and various workstations spread around the room. He tried to move, but found his hands and legs restrained. He tried to work harder to free himself, but that's when he heard the voice again. The man walked forward, saying that leaving isn't an option yet, not until they're done with him. Sammy asks what's going on and who the man is. The man says his name is Mike Schmidt. Sammy thinks for a second and remembers Michael Afton. Sammy says that out loud. Mike smiles, as saying he hasn't heard that name in a long time, not since they were all kids. Sammy begins to remember more now. David's older brother, Michael. He was the odd one of the Afton kids. He never seemed to live up to what William had wanted in a son. Sammy tried to put on a brave face, telling Mike that whatever he wants from him, he won't give it. He would rather die than whatever kind of experiment Mike's got going on. Mike begins to laugh and assures Sammy that he will, in fact, die. That's kind of actually the whole plan. He needs Sammy dead for his project to work. Sammy tries to push a little further and tells Mike that this project will fail, just like William's did. If William failed, what could Mike do that would make him succeed? Mike's smile drops to a glare, and he tells Sammy that William was smart but blind. Mike, on the other hand, is twice the man William wished he could be. Mike turns and walks over to the computer station a few feet away. He tells Sammy that this will hurt and types in a few keys, then presses enter. Suddenly, Sammy's body is filled with searing hot pain, and electricity begins to shock him as well. Mike turns and begins to walk away, hoping that the setup is agonizing enough for Sammy. Mike walks out of the room. After explaining everything, Carlton and Jessica are determined to help Charlie and John in any way they can. They do a little let's go team hand pile thing and start to brainstorm their next move. John thinks the Schmidt factory has something to do with all of this since it was built over top of the old house and bunker site. They all agree, and they'll begin their work there to determine what could be causing these phantoms of Freddy's past to return. Just then, more knocking comes from the door. John goes over and opens it for Henry. Carlton and Jessica look a little shocked again, and Henry asks what they are doing there. Charlie explains that they ran into a phantom and that they want to help. Henry assures them that the help is appreciated, especially since somebody took Sammy. Charlie starts to freak out, asking if he knows what happened or who took him. Henry says he doesn't, but that it probably has to do with all of the weird stuff going on in town. Henry joins in with their little planning session, believing that the factory is a good place to start too. While John and Carlton are pushing for a more forceful approach to get in, Charlie and Jessica are hoping to join the upcoming factory tour that the Schmidts are putting on for the town. It might be a good place to get answers. Evelyn sits in her office, staring out the window. She still hadn't completely gotten used to her new name, but it suits her new self. Well, William was a very important part of her life, and hopefully will be soon. She needed to distance herself from him. His push for revenge against Henry was blinding him from what his experiments could truly achieve. Immortality, powers beyond their wildest dreams, and hopefully, for her, a reunited family. She turns back around and looks at the picture of her and Mike from years ago. She remembers that time when William's lust for revenge took away the life of her little girl, Elizabeth. The blame isn't on him, though. Evelyn thinks back to David's death. Henry's faulty machines killed him. Henry would get what he deserved, but she would not be as blind as William was. She takes a breath and turns to her computer, pulling up the town's surveillance system, which she had given them as a thoughtful gift. She flicks to one outside of the motel Henry and the others were staying at. She knew that they would come back to town as a part of their tradition or whatever, but never expected Henry to return. They were starting to get too close to figuring things out. She had to make sure that they don't. Evelyn looks up from her computer, then into the darkness of her office, and sees the forms of a bear and a fox emerge for her to see them. She tells them that they have a special place to visit tonight. Mike walks through the floor of the factory, ensuring the place is clear enough for the public tour. While he was very much against the idea, his mother seemed to think it would be a good PR stunt and hopefully draw more people into trusting Schmidt Industries. The tighter control over the town, the safer they were. He continues to walk, and as he goes, his assistant runs up to him, informing him that something extraordinary has happened with the project. Mike rushes over to the research wing and enters the room where Sammy is being held. Carlton and Jessica leave for the night, hoping to get back to Clay's house for some sleep. Henry says he'll be in a nearby room if they need him, and he leaves as well. John and Charlie get ready for bed and climb in together. While normally her worrying would keep her up, Charlie falls asleep fast tonight, with her being exhausted by the events of the day. As she fades into sleep, she enters a dream. She finds herself back in her old house. It's quiet and dark. She calls out but gets no reply. As she walks up the stairs, she looks up to see a darkened silhouette of the puppet standing at the top of the stairs. It moves into her old room. Charlie walks up the stairs after it and enters her room. She sees everything as it was all that time ago. And that's when she hears a noise coming from the fourth closet of her room. She opens it and is greeted by a jump scare from a darkened, rotten, and broken puppet. Charlie shoots up in bed, screaming. John wakes up, grabbing her to calm her down. Charlie looks around the room, and that's when she sees a set of eyes and a wide grin staring at her from the dark. She can barely make out the silhouette of Foxy before John sees it too. They suddenly hear a noise outside and see what looks like Freddy hobbling past the motel window over to their door. They are now surrounded. John goes for the phone, and Charlie keeps an eye on Foxy, who is just grinning at her. Freddy then walks through the door, entering the room. John turns his attention to Freddy. The two are stuck in a staring game, seemingly keeping these phantoms at bay. Right as Freddy takes a step forward, a bright light from behind him sends him screeching, and he slips into the shadows of the room. Charlie looks back over to the door and sees Henry with a bright flashlight standing there. Charlie looks back over to Foxy and sees him jumping in the air towards her. She shields herself and feels John grab her, but then hear Foxy screech too. She looks back over to see Henry had gotten him with a flashlight as well. He checks to make sure the two are okay and says that he's never seen more than one at a time. It's odd that these things would attack the same place, and John and Charlie, of all people, being the victims. Henry has this suspicion that maybe someone or something is controlling these things. The group get what little sleep they can and get up to get ready for the tour. They drive over to the factory and meet up with Jessica and Carlton, and all of them join with the rest of the crowd for the tour. Charlie is surprised with how many people are here for this. The front doors open and Evelyn walks out, greeting the crowd and welcoming them in. Charlie looks over to John, and John looks back. They join hands and walk in. The start of the tour is pretty boring, just showcasing some of the various products that they've made and how they've helped out the town so much. Charlie gets bored by it all and begins to daydream. Charlie does notice that Henry seems very deep in thought, like he's trying to put some pieces together. She asks him if he's okay, and he says that he recognizes Evelyn, but can't quite figure out from where. As she leads the tour, they reach a work floor, and she begins to explain what they do here. Then, Mike walks up to her, whispers something to her, and walks off. She says she apologizes, but the tour will need to be carried on by an assistant. She's had some matters that have come up that she needs to tend to. She walks off, and another worker comes up to continue the tour. That's when Henry puts it together. He takes the group aside for a second and reveals that Evelyn is actually Clara Afton, William's ex-wife. The man that talked to her looked a lot like Michael. The group is shocked, and now everything starts to make sense. That's why they wanted this plot of land, and that explains why all of the Freddy's related things are happening. They must be behind everything. Mike and Evelyn enter her office, and he explains that Henry, his daughter, along with her friends, are here at the factory. They could jeopardize everything they've been working on. Evelyn is a little bit concerned, but says that they can handle it. Just cut the tour early and ensure that the group stays behind. It would be nice to catch up with some old friends again, and maybe reunite their family too. Mike smiles. He calls up the tour guide over a walkie-talkie and tells him to end the tour. Explain to the crowd that there's been a small accident on one of the work zones, and for everybody's safety, they need to leave. The assistant complies, and Evelyn tells Mike to get Sammy ready for a visit. Charlie is confused as to why the tour is ending early, but reasons that maybe the Aftons found out that they were here. The group is able to sneak around the security and stay after everyone else is escorted out. As they try to make their way to the back offices, they are confronted on a workplace floor by Evelyn and Mike. They say it's good to see Henry and Charlie again, and that it's a real shame they couldn't be here on better terms. Charlie asks what they've done to Sammy, and Mike tells her that Sammy is fine. In fact, he's never been better. Evelyn calls out for Sammy, and a distorted and broken puppet floats down next to her. Charlie asks Sammy if he's okay, but the puppet just stands there, not saying anything. They do a little bit more back and forth, and Henry kind of starts to rage bait Mike, who says that he has one more person he'd like to introduce to everybody else. Mike turns and runs off, leading John, Carlton, and Henry away from the others. Charlie and Jessica are left to face Evelyn and the shadows. Charlie stands there, begging Sammy to come back to her, but it seems of no use. She then tries to use the bright flashlight provided by Henry to stop and stun the puppet, but he just stands there, not moving. Evelyn tells them that Sammy here is the real deal, not some illusion or phantom. They found a way to make these things real, with a physical form. Charlie and Jessica get ready to deal with Phantom Puppet, while the shadows around them slowly start forming together. John, Carlton, and Henry chase Mike through the facility, and eventually into a large room. John looks around and sees Mike standing next to a set of controls in a large containment unit. Something inside the unit gets John's attention, and he looks closer. He sees one of the shadow creatures inside, and, with a better look, is able to recognize it. Carlton sees it too, and asks what it is. John says it's William. Mike looks back at it, and then back at the group. He goes on to explain that his father was a smart man, but let the past dictate his future. Mike won't let the same thing happen to him. Henry speaks back, saying that William was a fool and a monster. He also insults Mike, saying that it was Mike's fault that David died to Fredbear. Mike, increasingly falling for the rage bait, blames John for David's final death, as David's spirit had still lived on and entered, until the destruction of the bunker. After a little more back and forth of insults and rage bait, Mike starts to insult his dad, saying that Mike himself is smarter and better than his dad ever was. William, or Shadow Trap, turns to Mike and sees that Mike's shadow is connected to the containment unit. Shadow Trap merges with Mike's shadow and takes over his body, killing him. Having taken on a new body, Shadow Trap looks around and sees Henry. The two bicker back and forth like two old guys before Shadow Trap jumps at the group, attacking them. Sammy moves in to attack Charlie, jumping at her and trying to reach her with the long arms of the puppet. As this is happening, the shadows of the room form into a dark shadow puppet, and Jessica calls out for Charlie to give her the flashlight. Charlie tosses it to her, and she starts using it to fend off Shadow Puppet. The two start being guided out of the area and into the halls of the back offices. Evelyn is following them close behind, ensuring that they get to where they need to go. John, Carlton, and Henry start falling back as Shadow Trap starts to attack the group. Despite being in a physical body, he can still manipulate the shadows around him, and works to try to capture the group. His main focus is Henry, as William's rage has always been directed there. Realizing that the physical form can be injured, Henry devises a plan to lure Shadow Trap back into the containment unit and seal his physical body in there while using the system set up by Mike to kill it once and for all. He quickly tells John that he needs to be ready on the controls to the containment unit, and that Henry is going to lure Shadow Trap back into the unit. Henry runs off, dragging Shadow Trap's attention to him. John runs over to the controls and, not knowing what to do, presses some buttons until the door opens. Henry, seeing this, runs into it, and Shadow Trap follows. John tells Henry to get out of there, but Henry says he can't and wants John to seal the unit and activate it. John is hesitant, but Henry tells him that it'll be fine. John seals it, and Henry gives him the okay to overload the system. Shadow Trap sees what's happening, but is just happy that Henry will finally die too. Shadow Trap punches Henry in the stomach, and Henry starts to bleed out. As John pushes more buttons, the chamber starts to spark up, with electricity pouring out of various points from inside the unit. Henry looks up at Shadow Trap and says goodbye to his old friend. Shadow Trap smiles back. The unit starts to spark, and John and Carlton are forced to leave the area. It explodes right as they get out of the room. There are no bodies left in there. Charlie and Jessica are forced back further, but they notice that neither puppet is really trying to kill them, just to make them fall back. Eventually, they reach the executive office and are forced inside. Evelyn follows them in and reveals that the other shadows and phantoms waiting in there. She can finally do what William was unable to, and rid herself of these fools. The puppet floats in front of her again, facing Charlie and Jessica. Charlie pleads one more time with Sammy, and that's when the building shakes from the explosion. The puppet suddenly looks around the room as if it had snapped out of some kind of trance. It looks back at Charlie and Jessica and hears Evelyn tell it to kill them. It turns back around and the shadows rejoin with it. The puppet raises its arm in the sky, and the other phantoms turn their attention away from Charlie and Jessica and towards the puppet. Evelyn tells them to finish what they started, and Sammy simply points his hand towards her. The other shadows and phantoms jump up and attack Evelyn out of nowhere in a gruesome twist. She was blinded once again by revenge. Sammy turns back to Charlie and begins to apologize for everything. Charlie comforts Sammy and they leave the room. With all the Aftons defeated, the group joins back up, with Charlie saying that Evelyn is gone, and the other shadows and phantoms will hopefully not be a problem anymore. She asks where Henry is, and John is forced to break the news. He explains that Henry gave his life to kill William once and for all, who was brought back from the dead by Mike and Evelyn. Charlie begins to cry, and Sammy stands there, unsure of what to do. He wished he had gotten the chance to talk to Henry one more time. The group consoles each other for a moment, then goes to leave. But they can't go quite yet. The shadows around the halls make sure of that. They hear a distinct laugh and see the shadows form into Shadow Trap once again. He starts to power trip to them, saying that he's truly immortal now, and though the body he took over was lost, he still has this new form of his. And now, with this power, he can control the shadows in the dark. He calls the rest of the shadows and phantoms down and proceeds to subsume them into his form, creating a monstrous new body. The group is out of options. Sammy opens his eyes and finds himself in a dark abyss. He looks down on his body and he finds himself back in his 6-year-old form from the day he was killed. He looks around more and sees a person standing in the distance. He walks over and sees William standing there in a security guard outfit. William turns to Sammy, looking down at him. The two are alone in this void. William asks him what he did, and Sammy says he doesn't really know, but as long as he's trapped here, he can't hurt the others. William grabs Sammy and begins to try to choke him out and kill him. If he can just kill Sammy, maybe he'll be free again. Sammy tries to break free, but is slowly fading out. Suddenly, William is hit in the back of the head and stumbles over. Sammy, gasping, looks up to see David standing in front of him. David helps him up and is joined by the spirits of Elizabeth and Mike. William gets back up and sees this. He shouts out to his kids that they are just disappointments to him, and the 3 Afton children and Sammy turn to William. They all kind of just go over and beat the crap out of him before David delivers the final blow, killing William once and for all. With William's spirit finally dead, Michael, David, and Elizabeth join hands and they move on, finally free from the shadows casted by William. Sammy is left there alone, but that's when he feels a hand on his shoulder. He turns to see Henry standing over him with a smile on his face. Sammy hugs him and the two embrace. Henry tells him how proud he is and that he should go out there and live life to the fullest. He needs to keep Charlie safe and look after everybody. He is the protector. They continue to hug and Henry moves on. Charlie looks in disbelief as Shadow Trap dissolves before their eyes, and all that remains is the broken and damaged suit of the puppet. Charlie runs over and tries to wake him up. Sammy finally shifts his head, and the tear streaks on the mask vanish. He moves in to give Charlie a hug, and the two sit there for a moment. It's finally over. A couple weeks later, and the whole group is reunited at the diner. Marla, Lamar, and Jason were able to make it this time, and Sammy is there too, without the tear streaks on his mask. They all sit around talking, catching up, and just hanging out. As the time goes on, the group slowly gets smaller as people leave, until it's just Charlie, John, and Sammy leaving the diner. They have one more stop to make before they drive home. They pull up to the cemetery and walk over to the grave sites. A new stone was added next to Lily's. saying Henry's name. The three walk up to the top of the hill and sit in the grass as they watch the sunset. They can finally rest as the long shadows casted by Freddy's past are finally gone.